go. Yes.
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा ले आनी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैक टैक दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस मैं किया पैराशूट ते like I'm falling out of love जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी M16 नॉकआउट करूं दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूं ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूं बिना चिकन देना कभी हार ना कबूल करूं कभी हार ना कबूल करूं
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया and you thought you knocked me out मैं तो समझ बंद करन लई बह गया एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू मेरे लिखने दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल ठाठा लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा गल सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा बैकी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling out of love जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Game over.
अभी तो फिलहाल हम मेकअप कर रहे हैं। बंद का मतलब ये कि डोंट शूट ये मास्टर माकफुल टीम क्या खले माँ का हाय बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है PUBG मोबाइल के साथ कोलैबोरेट करके और अब मुझे एक और तरीका मिल गया अपने फैंस से कनेक्ट होने का, पख्तून फैंस से अपनी आवाज में PUBG मोबाइल खेलने का मौका मिलेगा, अपना अच्छा लगेगा, आप खुद सोचें। तो कोई एक चीज वियर्ड नहीं है, वो तो बहुत कुछ ऐसा कई दफा हुआ है कि थैंक यू वेरी मच कह के या बिल्कुल खामोशी से मैं निकल गई। PUBG तो मैं सोच रही हूँ जो इस वक्त मेरी टीम यहाँ पे मैं इनके साथ खेलूँ। मजे का कीप रॉकिंग। यूथ में मेरी बहुत फैन फॉलोइंग है और फैंस वाकई मुझसे बहुत ज्यादा प्यार करते हैं, बहुत हार्डकोर हैं। तो लेट्स गो। तो अभी हम रास्ते में हैं और हम जा रहे हैं अपने स्टूडियो की तरफ वॉइस ओवर्स के लिए। वॉइस पैक आने वाला है PUBG मोबाइल में पश्तो में। सो यस मैं बहुत एक्साइटेड। माँ कवर का अल्लाह का माँ से मदद का और मुझे प्राउड इस बात पे कि मैं पठान हूँ, मुसलमान हूँ, मैं आज जो हूँ जहाँ हूँ यकीनन मेरे कल्चर की कदर ही है जो मुझे यहाँ तक लेके आई।
आप लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग कब शुरू करेंगे?
बहुत जल्द मुझे लगता है, इसके बाद तो एक बनता है सेशन, तो वो तो आप जल्दी देखेंगे मुझे। हेलो 1 2 3 4 चेक साउंड चेक। हाँ नहीं याला का मासरा मदद होगा माँ खबर का हाँ देर का याला का तो पक्का पकड़ दे ज़मा फिगवार याला का ब्याह बा पयूज़े गेम का ज़्यादा बच करब मनना माँ खबर का देर का पमा बांधे डज़ों के। So thank you PUBG मोबाइल, आप लोगों ने मुझे मौका दिया, मैं बहुत अच्छी लग रही थी, बहुत सारे कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स मिले, थैंक यू।
FMxR3D Esports. If you guys think you've heard this name before, you might have, because R3D Esports, they have been in the PUBG Mobile Pro League season since the beginning of it all, and this time it's a revamped lineup that's going to be here.
Season 3, Season 4, top-notch performance. This time, again, it comes down to how they adapt with the change in the roster, because every time this team comes in, we see a lot of changes. Now, this time when Pika comes in, how does he bring in the addition to this team? It all comes down to that.
Exactly. As you mentioned, the roster changes have been quite critical for this team in the past, but this time, if they have figured out the synergy, because they have some big names in the lineup now, they can make it work for them and move forward towards the finals, and then who knows, maybe to the next big stage in the leagues. But for now, we just wish FMxR3D Esports good luck for their matches, and hopefully we see them on the other side. A new name, MetershotxSKY.
Oh yeah, definitely. When I saw this team in the qualifier itself, they look absolutely so bonkers in terms of their gun gameplay. But when it comes down to the addition of Khatir and Halsey, we have seen this pair, especially in the past. If they address the problem that they had in the past itself, we can see this team somewhere down the line overpowering the other team itself.
Exactly, because they have the gun skills that they need to take the fight to the opposition, but the one thing that we see them falter down in is them handling the pressure that comes in the late game stages of the match. So that is something that needs to be fixed. They did have some time after their qualifier matches. Hopefully they fixed it, and we wish MetershotxSKY good luck for their PMPL matches.
players are ready to turn their dreams into reality. It's our chance to reach the biggest. It's time to enter the dawn of new champions. Let the action begin.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan Spring 2022, the third and final day of the Super Weekend number 3, which was, well, of course, interrupted abruptly due to the few ongoing glitches which have been resolved, and we are back again here. Of course, before having this event started, a huge shout out to Oppo, who are our exclusive smartphone sponsors for the PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan. So surely might want to check them out, as I'm joined along with CA. So back again, we've got 5 more games, and today is the day we're gonna get our top 16 teams. How excited are you?
Oh, I'm extremely excited. We get to see a revamped version of Day 3 of the Super Weekend. That means all of the tension build right up. We're still going to be wondering which teams do end up qualifying for that grand finals, and I'm excited to see that unfold once again.
Oh yeah, me too. Because we've had, I think, around 12 to 13 teams that do seem like they've already made the cut. But today the biggest question will have to be, whether Regicide can they make it? They've got a little bit of competition out there, or otherwise are they going to be left out for TmW? It's such a tough story this time. Even the last time in the final day of the third Super Weekend, which eventually does not count. The first 2 games did not really quite go the way they would have wanted. However, Clarity was on a whole different level, right? But does not really matter how Clarity performed today. I think all these teams, they're just gonna eye out for those $500. But for the teams on fighting around the bottom, they've got a lot to prove.
Yeah, exactly, and they got a second chance at it. It's not like a general second chance that these teams are given. Teams like TmW, Regicide, the way the last time we saw it started, it looked like it was just going to end up being a normal day, end off the way it is. But we've got a second shot, and we'll have to see if, I really want to see if TmW can step up. I think XGeneration Regicide honestly is a 50-50 flip. It could go either way. But TmW, it feels unlikely. That's why I want to see it happen, because it would be amazing to witness.
Oh yeah, for sure, and at the same time, I'm kind of wondering about the other teams that are following suits. Like, let's say, talk about XGeneration, right? The last time, I think, in the final day, I did see them start off on a good note. They were not getting chicken dinners, but I think they were having top 3, top 4 position finishes, which is a good sign. But past is past. You really can't bring that match up. So it could be either ways for XGeneration. Either they could completely, step it up, or they've sort of fizzle out, and their run also could possibly end today. But again, another team, I think FMxR3D. Well, they've qualified, CA. That's not not something to be worried about. But still, I mean, you would expect them to be performing like one of the invited teams into this PMPL as we take a look at the overall ranking. So nothing far too scary over here in the top 10. We've got SALTxi8 Esports having such a massive amount of lead, but MetershotxSKY, their Erangel brilliance has been something to talk about. But TUF, I think we did witness a little bit of a dip in their performance lately, especially in that final day.
Most certainly. I think TUF did run out of steam to a certain extent. It's why I'm once again excited to see that's another team coming into today, because I feel like the few days break that they have today has now just, like, we were all talking about it on Sunday itself, like how Super Weekend Day 3, the final day of the Super Weekend, it's all about building up to the grand finals. But today it's literally about building up to the grand finals, considering the fact that we're starting with them from tomorrow, right, Fixes? So teams, they've got to get running strong today. There's no more of that lackadaisical attitude that we might have seen beforehand from the top teams.
Oh, but this is the competition that we're talking
Oh, yeah.
about, right? Regicide or XGeneration, and we can't really rule out the grounders also. FMR3D, I'm pretty sure with the points that they've collected, there's nothing much to fear about. If they could just topple over for VTFT, then I mean. They'd still be in a very comfortable position, right? North Esports, I think they've shown some signs of brilliance the way they've been playing lately, especially after missing out on that first Super Weekend. Ever since they've learned their lessons. But ladies and gentlemen, here we are again. Just before the finals beginning today for one last time, the Super Weekend number 3, day number 3. Hopefully, we get to cover all these 5 matches today itself, and I'm really hoping the bugs have been fixed. And yeah, the first map is going to be in Erangel, nothing much out of the ordinary. We've got 3 Erangels and 1 Miramar and 1 Sanhok. That will decide who are the top 16 teams going to play tomorrow in the finals, and that is going to be a whole different level, right? Because ideally, CA, we would have thought, we're going to have the Super Weekends done, a little bit of a break, for the teams to prepare. But now it completely changes how you are going to approach today's games.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a huge curveball for all of these teams out here, but also a huge entertainment factor for us to get to witness, because of this, we're going to see just extremely jam-packed, close action where every single team is out there trying to win. It's not going to be any team just turning off their burners or playing individually, any of that. I think for all of these teams, they know that if they find themselves on the back foot today, it will affect their finals performances. And for the teams who haven't locked in, they've got a second chance and it's their time to shine. So it'll be very exciting to witness which teams are really able to step up to the mark.
Oh, it certainly will be, right? And it's going to be interesting who gets the first chicken dinner, because right now, of course, ideally you would want to have a good performance today, because you sort of want to reciprocate that tomorrow heading in, right? So teams would be doing that, but here we have a quick glance at the players before we have the day started with our first game for the evening. It's going to be in Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. So do not forget to give us your predictions. Who do you think is going to be winning this one out? And well, who are your teams that do you think are going to miss out from the finals altogether? As the flight path trajectory, nothing out of the ordinary, something really standard to start off with, from Sosnovka towards shooting range. Where do you think the circle is going to form here?
Well, I'm fancying myself an Eastern Circle almost fixes. Maybe one headed towards prison or mansion. No, honestly, I'd love to see a Yasnaya Circle. I think it's something that we haven't got to witness just yet, and it would be a really interesting finish.
Oh, it certainly would be. I mean, Yasnaya has been... it's been a long time since we last witnessed a Yasnaya Circle, but I think if it goes there, then I believe Quantum Rage, they're going to be late, right? If the circle just hits where they are. But for the first time, SALTxi8 did not have to go, travel a lot, directly just dropping off at their military base. So it's definitely going to help in terms of the timings of the rotations.
Almost definitely, and it's going to help quite a few teams in that regard. It's very centralized flight path and I wonder if the circle comes through centrally in that regard too. Wouldn't be surprised if it ends up circling itself around. That ruins Gatka area, and it's quite interesting because again, I was expecting maybe finally someone will go to Pachinki. It looks like Cairo is actually headed there, so really smart, because it's a point we've been highlighting for now 4 days, I guess, that no H2E this Super Weekend, which means nobody in Pachinki.
Yep, and finally, team, they've realized, right? We've got to go there. Magnus have to go and capitalize on that particular situation, and they're gonna do exactly that. But maybe I think Kairo's just gone over there for the vehicles, right? Get the vehicles and get himself out, because again, you head towards Pachinki, and let's say it does not work around with how you want to rotate, then things tend to get a little dicey. So that's something that they would not want to leave to chance. But a considerable amount of change that we're witnessing over here is Team Clarity dropping off at their second drop spot, which is around the ferry pair areas, right? The 12 packs and the ferry pair. So again, the only tension that I can really find is maybe they want to take a head-on fight against SALTxi8, or maybe Freestyle, or the Grounders. We never know. Now the Grounders, because, well, they are not safe entirely, right? There's still a high chance if XGeneration and Regicide they just play out of their minds today, they might just be able to topple them over.
100%, and it's something that we were considering even going in last time around. I think it's something that I'm sure Team Grounders will have in mind coming in here. But for that, we've got to see a thrilling performance from both Regicide and XGeneration. So we'll have to see if they can deliver. Right now, teams in their standard locations fixes, with the exception of course QWERTY, I think they were expecting maybe a southern circle, because that's usually when they go for that ferry pier drop. But once again, they are going to be wrong. In these situations before, what we've seen them do is go quickly just loot off ferry pier, get some vehicles, and go back to Georgopol to almost reset their rotations in a way where they pretend like they are starting from Georgopol anyways. And I wonder if they'll do that again.
I certainly do. I certainly do. But for now, at this particular point, again, this sort of takes us down to the previous circle, if you remember, right? Kind of keep on going back to that Clarity Chicken, right? It sort of was a similar zone, not too, not quite different. It was a little bit towards maybe a little bit towards the northernish side. We were sort of anticipating that, and it did happen, right? But I guess this potential circle has this circle has a potential maybe kind of take a shift down towards maybe Katka, or maybe could be Ruins also. Or there's also a slight chance if it takes a very southern shift around the Pochinki Hills is where I'm really anticipating. But if you talk about how the teams are starting to rotate, not a lot of movement yet by any of them, right? Regicide, they made their entry inside the circle, but they're also taking their own fair share time to loot around. So the majority of the traffic here, I think we're going to anticipate it from the northeastern and the eastern side. So it's going to be really interesting as to how teams are going to be tackling that situation.
I've just got my eyes on Clarity. They got 2 players, went to Ruins. I assume got some loot, got a vehicle each for their team, and now they're heading back to Ferry Pier, which is a little weird considering that that's the southernmost edge of the circle. I wonder what Clarity is up to. It's because they're usually not a team that likes to gatekeep, right? They're a team that likes to get into the center part of the circle. So I wonder if this is Clarity maybe trying out a different style. Maybe we get to see them gatekeeping that bridge.
I mean, I think they're just gonna try and reignite that rivalry. I think they do have with SALTxi8. I mean, considering the fact that you've got the final starting off tomorrow, could be a little bit of a warning bell for SALTxi8. Wait around, watch your 12, because you never know. We might be waiting for you the moment you tend to cross. So a little bit of a mind game maybe. I think that is my only assumption for them to really go there, because if you take a look at the flight path trajectory, it was not so far away from Georgopol, right? It was easily accessible to where they kind of like to drop and loot. So them not choosing that, it's pretty interesting decision. Otherwise, it could just be go YOLO, drop wherever you want, try and play your normal game, because, well, let's be honest, you're not gonna get any extra amount, right? Just barring the $500 for a chicken dinner, you still every single team still gets a fixed amount for making it to the finals. The finals is where you get to see that money being distributed accordingly. But it's going to be interesting. But for Magnus, I mean, see, I always feel like Magnus has been a team. They kind of drop off at Katka. They get so much room and space, but somehow they're unable to capitalize upon the advantages that they get. Especially early game fights, they're really good. But mid game to late game, I think they could work on that a little bit better. What do you feel?
100%. It's like they almost get a little impatient and they start pushing too much, which is why we've seen the few times they have succeeded. I feel like it's been in those chaotic circles where things are continuously keeping them on the edge of their toes. Now again, that's a pro and con situation, because it tells us that they've got good instincts when it comes to continuously playing on their feet, but when it comes to being patient, when it comes to playing the mind games, the tactical nature coming into play, we're not seeing as great performances from Magnus, and it's something that is going to be crucial going into finals, right? Because we're expecting every single team to come through with their own preparation.
Oh, we certainly are. I mean, heading into the finals now, we kind of would be forced to wonder if the teams are actually making any sort of changes, right? Few fallacies, I think the teams had ample time to fix them, right? I think the teams should be starting to play with a mentality that, yeah, they've got a game. This is basically in addition to the finals that we have. We have to
Yeah.
maintain a good streak going in. We've got to have few good games because today, if you kind of kind of fluster up, because that's gonna be there at the back of your minds, right? Oh, what's gonna happen tomorrow? Am I gonna choke like I did yesterday? Am I gonna make those same mistakes? But if you have a good day today, you're gonna feel happy. You're gonna be feeling fresh. You're gonna be looking forward to tomorrow's games and X Generation. Now, there's a sword hanging over their heads, right? They still do not know whether they are going to be participating tomorrow, as anything could possibly happen, right? X Generation, the Grounders, and the Regicide. The three teams in contention, only to get to qualify if one gets left out, and it's going to be interesting to see who that team is going to be. Not a happy news though, but yeah, it is what it is. The competition has been that cutthroat this time around.
Yeah, and I'm actually curious to see um, TMW going back to their Zarki drop. Does mean that all three teams are quite far away from each other. I mean, X Generation, TMW, and Regicide. And this circle, it takes a bit of a western shift here. Fixes probably going to end up around the mountain ranges on the west of Ruins, and it's going to be very interesting to see that TUF is already got control of this. We know them to be an aggressive team. We were just talking about how they might have almost run out of steam, but getting off to an aggressive start in that first match of Day 3 Super Weekend, that's got to bring them back their mojo.
Oh yeah, it certainly will, because again, you talk about it's sort of a curse lying around there. See, if you've noticed, every team that tends to overperform during the league play days, they kind of tend to mess up in the same Super Weekend. But we do have a little bit of a fight, and that's not a fight that Regicide would want to pick, as well, they've lost Voltrox in the process. He's knocked. There's no chance on earth anyone's gonna come out for the revive. And it's going to be so important for Regicide to run right now to try and save every single number that they possibly can, as Wasi's going to get the finish secured, and it's going to be first blood drawn for Black from Freestyle. A good start for the lads.
Yeah, simple enough. First blood picked up for Freestyle. They saw the opportunity and they picked it up, leaving a gobsmacked Voltrox just caught high and dry. And his team, really, Regicide, are now going to be flustered, because they looked at it as a second chance fixes just not working out. But I like their rotations trying to run away. But we've got another fight breaking out. SALTxi8, it seemingly have dropped a person and will get finished as well here potentially.
I think, Uzim, of course, will get the res. I don't feel that he's going to have any trouble. However, Team Magnus, this is the moment where they cannot really pick up a fight against SALTxi8, because the reason being, they've already lost out on one of their players, right? And the next knock that SALTxi8 will get eventually would lead on to a push and them getting wiped out. But SALTxi8 are in a little bit of a situation right now. A scuffle going up against Reviews and Freestyle. Of course, with Freestyle the fight's on, but it's going to be important to see if they kind of stick onto holding the trenches and then having the compact also to themselves, as TMW. They're going to be rattling down a couple of bullets at X Generation's direction with 52x Rage just moving beside them. So literally, riding with death beside them. They still have their morals high. I'm really skeptical about the vehicles blowing up though. But somehow JD's managed to get a knock on faster. Hasn't gotten the finish though.
This is so interesting because you got X Generation, I think, stuck between two places because they're in their vehicles refusing to get out and commit to this fight, but they still want a piece of the action, and it's so crucial because you've got TMW and X Generation, two teams towards the bottom half in that same area, which could quickly turn into a hot pot. It looks like X Generation, they've decided to commit fixes on the edge of that circle. They're trying to hold down 52x Rage, but I'm looking at TMW on the map. They're going for the full wrap, my third party, this whole thing.
Oh, they certainly can, and this could get really, really interesting. But for now, 52x Rage, Pharaoh, and Daku, the two survivors of the team, and I think they've got to be playing the patient game, right? It's still, the third zone. It's not going to do a lot of damage as of now, but you need to make sure you've got your vehicles intact. And this is where, I'm going to start questioning XGeneration because they had all the chance that they could have flattened out Pharaoh's tires at least, at the very least, and limited his movements there, and that could have certainly, further helped them on the longer run. But with this current push coming in on towards 420 boy, Shapatar, Kurama all charging in at the same time. Shapatar, however, has taken quite some amount of damage, but a little bit of an assistance coming out of Kurama, ensuring that the grounders get that first knock and finish.
Yeah, simply enough, Dumper. There, on the other side, you've got TmW on the edge of that circle, still engaging with Quantum Rage. They've got to finish it themselves, so looks like the teams at the bottom have got to a good start so far. Fixes with the sole exception of Regicide, but they seem to be looking like they're in a position where they could make the best out of their situation. But seemingly not the case for FMxR3D right now, as they're stuck with just two team members here, and the other two not close enough to come through for backup anytime soon. FMxR3D in a hot pickle of a situation because they've got a few more teams coming through on the rotation just quite nearby.
Oh, they certainly are quite in the nearby distance as Snow, he gets shot from elsewhere. I believe it's coming in from Pika. This could be perfect for them, but regardless, Snow will be dropping that Molotov, ensuring just to get the players out of their dirty cover as Snow. He charges in, but still does not go in for the full commit, as Anubis, of course, will be taken down, but Avenger gets a trade secured for his team, as Hassan would try and put the fight on, but has taken quite some damage to himself, as both the teams, they need to get that little bit of a hard reset for themselves, because Pika is a constant thorn for NorthEsports right now.
Oh, and it looks like it's not going to stop at all. Pika just holding this semi-high ground position almost. But SALTxi8, they come in from the back, fixes Crypto. He's got Pika and he's going to help out NorthEsports. Or is it just false sense of security? Because SALTxi8, they're not just looking for one team. They want to wrap up this whole thing, pick up some easy 6, 7, 8 points for themselves, as well as take out two key teams from the competition. But I think the more longer this goes, the harder it's going to be. But I think I just saw a double grenade knock from TmW. Okay, it's erupting everywhere, Fixes.
Oh, absolutely. Action is all across the lobby as Quantum Rage find themselves in a bit of a pickle with two of their players just crawling, battered in blood, as there you go. Harry, he's going to secure those finishes to himself, but they've eventually lost out on Marlega. So that's not a really good news for them, but Finisher, being, I believe, the final survivor for FMR3D, has got to do whatever it takes. But I believe the players of NorthEsports have other intentions in mind. They would want to get this entire compound all to themselves. As Finisher, he's going to put up the last dance over here. Managed to take a dig at Maxi, eventually get finished off by Avenger. But here comes another knock coming in from SALTxi8, as QWERTY and TmW might also be locking horns any single moment.
QWERTY and TmW, I think they got to make the decisions fast, otherwise they're going to be left out. And QWERTY makes a decision for TmW. Still, Big Boss finds Khan and knocks him out. But Big Boss, he's left all alone. Well, Khan's got the backup of Gravity. What? Backup comes through now. Harry rolling in, trying to help out Big Boss. But all this time, Fixes for QWERTY has got Khan revived. So TmW not in an advantageous situation despite finding that knock.
Oh, certainly, and those grenades keep coming down. Big Boss takes some chunk of damage over there, as this is going to favor QWERTY at this point right now. Khan trying to form that flank, but all it takes is a beautiful grenade coming in from Gravity just to wipe out the entire squad, as we do have the three boys, the three survivors of Regicide, now locking horns against the Grounders, who are right now a 4-man squad it's going to be interesting. Rather, if you talk about the containers fights, they're very absurd, to be honest. You've got to create all sort of angles at this point. You do not have a lot of room and space to, just rotate around that than you would ideally do, because right now, so many teams are going to be banking around you. The moment you sort of step out and you're right out in the open, you might be punished. As TUF, they've been holding on to the higher grounds since forever, and finally it has come. The time has arrived that they start racking up a few finishes of their own.
But I vaguely remember a similar circle like this across this Super Weekend itself fixtures, where it ended up actually going downhill and favoring all of those teams out there. Right now, it's King of the Hill situation, and TUF have got that, but even there, a lot of contention. You can see SALTxi8, they want a piece of the hill. MetershotxSKY, they want one, but they're stuck between themselves and Freestyle. But great news here for Regicide as well as Grounders. XGeneration getting eliminated quite early.
Oh, they certainly have, and it's going to be a little risky over there as SALTxi8 gets taken down, knocked over as Edgar. He's just going to be punching his fist in the air, just making sure no sound cues coming out there. But MetershotxSKY, just last surviving player, Kian, does get that res back up, instantly wants to move around. But Ash, how is he going to survive the onslaught coming in from the backlines? It's going to be Zardari from Freestyle, who apparently is being retaliated by Edgar. So it's a battle breaking right out with Ash just caught in between, and he's just gonna wait for the time to meet his maker's buck, because now the moment of truth does arrive. Where does the circle take its shift? All the way towards the southwestern side, where Kian finds himself in a really promising spot here.
Oh, it's a really interesting shift, and exactly MetershotxSKY's final hope here, Kian, with Ash down as well. He's got to pull off an absolute miracle. But before that, around the edges of that circles, we've got the fights erupting continuously as we've got teams trying to move in. Now, on that southeastern side, we're on the top of the mountain. This is what I was talking about. All these teams now, Freestyle, TUF, SALTxi8, they've got to make the move. And as soon as one of them tries to make the move, the other two will capitalize. So it becomes a game of chicken. But look at this. We talked about how Kian could capitalize, and he does that. But just for a couple of kills, will get instantly traded out. And that's the end of MetershotxSKY.
Yeah, but now this is, well, a holding game for Team TUF, because right now SALTxi8 want to push. They do not have a lot of time to do that as the zone is starting to sort of close in. And it's going to be such a tough take, right? It's a low hill battle. Their opponents are on the high ground, and they have them right pinned around. As Uzum will spot out Usama, does take a go at him, will eventually find that knock over there. But for now, Uzum, can he continue his onslaught? That's the big question, as Sultana gets spotted as well. But SALTxi8, they've got their own problems to worry about, and one of them is coming right from above. That's Edgar, knocking the world out of Reviews and Blade.
Oh, now TUF, they play the timing game perfectly. Trying to capitalize now by pushing in on SALTxi8. This would be such a big win, not just in terms of the circle position, but in terms of that rivalry that they've got created for themselves, in terms of that standing, trying to challenge the Kings, trying to challenge SALTxi8. Well, you do it by wiping them out on match 1 of day 3 of this Super Weekend. They've got rid of one player, they've got 3 more to go. Blue Zone helping them out, and TUF, they make it perfect.
Oh, they absolutely are relentlessly, just hammering them down. Kind of not letting them breathe, but this has gotten way too worse for them, because now I believe Freestyle have a really good spot, and them losing out on Virus is not a good sign over here. You need all your players, but Blade, he is going to be trying to instill some hurt from the backlines. But Regicide, I do not know how these boys are doing it, but so far surviving, that's such a promising sign for them, especially considering the fact that XGeneration are already out of the picture.
Yeah. This is huge. This is extremely different also from what we witnessed, which means we've got that top 16 fight on cards, but it's almost like Cast the Curse, Come Alive, Fixes, because the minute we start talking about them, one of them gets knocked. Now, they are in a moderately safe position, should be able to get the revive back online. But, oh, Insane, no, why are you roaming around? Why is he crawling? No, Insane, just lets him get spotted. We'll get finished.
Yeah, I think Red side do not have a lot of options to move around over there, as Black did wanna get down below, eventually just rams it around Daku, and will lose out on his life, as Wasi is gonna be the one providing that quintessential cover fire for his team, as Freestyle need to get down low on the grounds, as those grenades keep coming in by the boys from TUF, and Mr. Black and Shapata, they're just gonna get burnt to crisp. Courtesy to Joker, as TUF have successfully eliminated the grounders, but right now, as we do have our last final 5 teams surviving, I mean, out of which Magnus do have a really good winner-winner chicken dinner forecast going in their favor, but can't really rule it out from FS either.
I think it's really going to come down to TUF's position here. If they're able to shut down Clarity early, then they get a chance. Otherwise, Clarity and TUF most likely will be eliminated. But no, they are able to shut down Clarity early. TUF. Now they will be able to get this pseudo high ground almost over 52x Rage and Magnus right here. But they've got too many fights to deal with Freestyle already on top of the position now. TUF, they're trying to play it smart, play it across the edge of the circles. But Freestyle here, I wonder how they're going to maneuver this, because they're quite spread out, engaging in fights in multiple fronts. It's either high reward or high risk.
Oh yeah, of course, no doubting that. But TUF at this point, they've been causing so much noise inside the lobby, especially during those endgame moments that we're getting to witness, right? They're all over the map, they're not shying away from taking fights, and so is Zardari. They eventually gets a revenge for Black over there, as Tyrant will manage to secure a knock onto his respect. Almost had Mom2 under his crossfires, as Thor did spot him out, but TUF, I think, just lingering around the edges of the circle, as Wasi gets caught from the backlines. And how on earth could Freestyle be that careless? Because, you've been constantly hearing TUF making all those noises, and with nobody to guard their backlines. Now, this was a huge blind spot that, TUF have capitalized upon, and could be really fatal for Freestyle at this moment.
Oh, I most certainly could fix it, because this is what we talked about, the high risk, high reward. They try to engage separated on multiple fronts, and they have been punished as Freestyle. They get eliminated from the lobby, caught in the middle of these two aggressive teams. But talking about aggression, Joker takes that forward angle, and he's gonna get rewarded plentiful fixes in the circle. It includes the angle Joker finds himself in. Now gonna encourage his team to join his line and hold down this circle, as Magnus, they're gonna be trying to moving in as a unit. It's gonna be easier said than done. 3v3 for the chicken dinner. We'll see if Magnus is able to pull one out of the bag.
Oh, it's going to be so difficult, but if TUF managed to get a knock right now at this point, it's basically done and dusted. I really feel, this is the time they should capitalize on getting a decent spread, get some room around that left-hand side. But for now, Magnus is still lobbing all the smokes that they have, so that they can create that little bit of a smoky cover, so that they can close in on the distance against TUF. But TUF, as you can see, they are just bombarding the entire area, completely restricting Magnus's movement inside the circle.
TUF are just playing this so smart, fixes. They're denying Magnus the chance to get into the circle, let alone pick a good angle for them to fight. Magnus using so much utility just to get themselves in, not focused on trying to catch a member of TUF or whatsoever will give TUF such a big advantage going into this fight. But will they utilize it properly? That's the question that remains, and that's where Magnus, you can see, they're being hella patient, waiting for his sight, and they spot out Joker, sir. Will find the knock. Adil's patient pays off huge.
Oh, it certainly does, and this could be that, silver lining that Magnus Esports were really looking out for. As Respect, he's going to make a run right now with the buggy. He's going to try and scout out the player's position. Indeed, wanted to get a knock, but the trade-offs have been there by Adil, as Edgar becomes the final surviving player for his team, as Adil just keeps charging on, almost reducing Edgar to very low HP, and it's going to be Mom2 who gets the final head over there, as the winner chicken dinner heads out to Magnus Esports with 10 eliminations out there, securing 25 points and that extra $500.
Yeah, beautifully done by Magnus Esports. Getting that winner chicken dinner for themselves, really playing it well in that late stage fixes. It's something we talked about today as well. The mid to late stage for Magnus was a concern coming into this week, and you know what? Match 1 chicken dinner with 10 eliminations as well. It's not like it was a slow chicken dinner. Magnus showing us that they definitely got what it takes to fix up those mid to late issues.
Yeah, I think this is such a positive start for Magnus Esports, right? Yeah. And majority of it had to do with how they rotated, the timings, especially the compounds that they held on to, the high grounds, the lower grounds that they took, and the main tipping point was that one knock which was secured before going in for the push. So Momtu doing his job perfectly well over there, and then it was all chaotic for TUF. They almost had it in the bag, but every single time you do have all these smokes around you, it's so difficult to really anticipate from which little edge of that smoke is your opponent gonna be swinging at you, but that did happen eventually, and for Magnus, of course, it paid off really well, getting themselves that chicken dinner, of which we're gonna talk about after this short little break. Go.
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Alright, the Oppo F21 Pro in all its might and glory has launched indeed in Pakistan. Of course, the viewers out there, if you do want your chicken dinners to be very smooth and lucid, do not forget to check them out at a very attractive price though. I've also pre-ordered my phone. It should be arriving in a couple of days, but for now, again, this chicken dinner, again, a beautiful one for Magnus Esports. But for more than that, I think it means a lot for Regicide, who apparently are going to be looking at gathering a few points for themselves, as the competition is fierce against XGeneration, who did not get a lot. But yeah, of course, no doubts whatsoever over here. Momtu coming out with the MVP. 6 eliminations for this guy. He did absolutely everything that was necessary for his team to do in that final fight, and I believe, just barring on his play in the final circle, I mean, he completely deserves it. What about you, CA?
Oh, 100% fixes. I really think Momtu, he's been a name we can expect when Magnus is grabbing the chicken dinner, because he's been the most consistent player from them throughout. He's been the one that from the very start has pulled off these amazing 1v1s that got them noticed in the first place, and I'm really excited to see that now, when it really clutch time for his team, the final week of PMPL, he is delivering.
Oh yeah, and that's such a good sign, right? But what's even better is that the boys of TUF, they're back, right? They mean business today, and we really saw them dominating throughout the game. Had a lot of camera time today to prove how good they were, especially that one fight where they held the fort, held the hills against SALTxi8. Did not really let them, try to dominate them whatsoever, and established how good they are in defending that Everest area, which they do quite often, right? But if you take a look at the top players, I mean, it's basically Momtu, Adil, the 2 stars that created those openings in those final few situations, and TUF to follow it up, Edgar, Joker, and Thor. So nothing really out of ordinary is what we're witnessing, but a little bit of a statistical comparison clearly shows that, TUF had the better stats. The eliminations, however, really same. It's just the difference between the total points that Magnus have accrued, and that's 25 this time.
Yeah, but it definitely fixes, and it also, I think, really shows us that in general the style of the teams, almost the UF very happy to be aggressive, punish teams for trying to get in on their territory almost. Well, Magnus, they're more of a team that's happy to stay back. They like working as a tight-knit unit, and this time it worked out for them brilliantly. I really like the way they held on against that utility barrage that we saw in coming towards them towards the end, and just stayed strong, played their game, got the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean that level of focus, because you never know what is coming from the other side, especially where you've got smokes all around the place, and for them to somehow not get any player knocked out, and in fact on top of that get that opening knock is where I must clearly say that they did win the chicken there. But for TUF, I really felt they could have used a little bit of more spreads, could have lobbed a few smokes of theirs own, and could have capitalized. But regardless, I mean, of course, the top three over here, Magnus, TUF, and FS, no doubt whatsoever. 7 finishes for these lads, but my eyes are actually searching out for Regicide, who, well, survived till quite late, but ended up with the same points as XGeneration. So clearly not a good sign for all the Regicide fans out there. Not a start that FMR3D could have wanted, because they were basically sandwiched in that situation with nowhere to run and hide.
Yeah, not great at all, I think, especially when you look further down that list and notice that you've got teams like MetershotxSKY, for example, getting eliminated quite early, Quantum Rage continuing their bad run of form. But I will say, overall, in terms of the simple fact that we've got XGeneration as well not having a great game, where we have XGeneration, TMW, and Regicide all on 3 points fixes, it means that the gap is the exact same now for that 15, 16, 17 spot. So it's going to be extremely interesting to see which team is able to really step up to the pace, because I think what we are seeing is what we were expecting in the top half in regards to the top teams really stepping up, making lives harder in the lobby in general, and it is affecting the lower teams to a certain extent.
I think SALTxi8, they're just doing what they're supposed to do. I guess all the other teams. But there's one thing that I really could not understand in this particular game was Clarity's rotations, right?
Yeah.
They dropped off in Fairy Pair. They had 2 of their players go up top, and then they just reunited, right? I really felt that, they might be, kind of beginning to start a feud against SALTxi8. Maybe that could have been that. But was not really the case. But with teams like XGeneration, I mean, yeah, sure, they got a few finishes up top, but they've got to understand the fact that you've got to focus a lot on those positioning points. As ladies and gentlemen, have we take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, a little bit of a recap of the action that just broke out in front of us in the map of Erangel.
Yeah, we saw it erupting quite early than what is expected, and I wonder in that regard if we do get these moments where players are getting caught out, like Voltrux getting caught out this early was quite quintessential to Regicide's plans, in the sense that they couldn't really continue with their plans anymore. They had to just play it ultra safe, and they eventually got spotted and finished in that case. So I think for Regicide to have a lot more options, they're going to have to rely on all of their teammates just being extremely disciplined, and we'll have to see if they're able to make it happen, because it's easier said than done, I think, when you're in this high pressure situation, to get everyone in line.
Oh yeah, but this is it, right? This is what we were talking about. This is the last and final moment, of course, Adil making sure just gets in. And Mob2, look at him. He's all in smiles and taking a look at the damage graph. Yeah, of course, TUF had the highest damage, but Magnus were the smarter ones, were just the better team inside that final circle. Freestyle, all they could do was, get as far as to the 3rd position, which I believe, they could have done better, because if you clearly remember, right, they were getting shot from the backlines. It was the boys from TUF. They were creating so much ruckus, and still Freestyle being completely oblivious. I do not know, were they getting complacent over there, thinking that they won't get hit from the backlines. But yeah, a little bit of a lesson for these lads that inside the game nobody is your friend. You've got to look out for all directions as you possibly can as we take a look at the changes in the overall rankings. Of course, we do have TUF taking back the second spot over here, and Team QWERTY, of course, rising one step up. Haven't made a lot of noise inside the game. I think it was just that one squad wipe I saw from their side, but other than that, they were pretty much invisible for me.
Yeah, I think more or less really the standard QWERTY way, you know, they're just going to play it very simply, not a team that really gets in picture with that. Still on 0 chicken dinners, by the way, something they will look to correct coming into the rest of these 4 games today, because I'm sure they'll want to end these super weekends with at least one $500 USD prize in the bag.
Oh, yeah, I mean, of course, they would want to have that. I mean, they would love to.
Yeah.
But now, see, things are looking so bad for Regicide. With just 4
Oh, yeah.
games, they not only have to take over XGeneration, they still have to ensure that they have a decent footing. So, chicken dinner is what is expected from them. But for TMW, I pretty much feel like, you know, the journey is almost on the verge of ending, because of the kind of a disparity that we do have for the top 16. I mean, it's almost around 70 to 80 points, unless and until TmwEsports inject themselves with some sort of adrenaline or whatever, and they go on to win the next 4 games with good amount of finishes. I do not see a world where TMW is going to qualify for the finals.
Yeah, me neither, to be honest, Fixes. And it's looking quite impossible. That is most certainly the case. It's about 56 points right now, the gap to Regicide, who are not even in the top 16. So more than one chicken dinner is what they need, or like a huge chicken dinner and then a couple of second and third performances. But that's just something we've never seen from TMW. You know, we've never seen them towards that top regard, and it's quite unlikely they make it happen, which will make it that much more interesting if it does. But the if is all we have right now.
We've just got to play around the ifs and buts, but yeah, I think the real storyline that we can really you know, look up to is whether XGeneration or is it going to be Regicide, and are the players of the grounders being brought up there also, you know, in the contestation for staying in the top 16, because they're fairly ahead of both XGeneration and Regicide, but you never know, right? A few bad games and the other two having really good games, and tables might turn. And I think we always have talked about it. It's just that one chicken dinner you need, and more important than ever, XGeneration and Regicide could desperately use one as we head over and take a look at the schedule. It's going to be Miramar, a map that Regicide absolutely loves and adores and has always been their strongest suit. But the last time we saw them playing in Miramar wasn't the way they really wanted. Of course, that match is not going to be counted, so it's going to be still a respite for them. But a little bit of a look at the map chances. TUF, another very strong contender in this map.
Yeah, a team that we've really got to look out for, because we were talking about it. It seemed like they had lost a bit of their steam when you look at day 2 of the Super Weekend, but they're back with a vengeance. Fixes looking just as good as ever. But Regicide Fixes. It's Miramar. You've got one Miramar in the day. If you're going to qualify, this has to be the map that you've got to make it happen.
Oh, I think they will have to do it, because they know. But at the same point, you know, this is where the reverse mentality sort of kicks in, right? You know that this is one of your strongest suits. You are supposed to win this one, which means more added pressure, right? And more pressure tends to lead to other things, you know, one following the other, and kind of messes things up a lot. So I think for Regicide, you know, they've got to come down with a mentality where they kind of are going to be looking at a decent game, just look at the basics, and you know, just hope that the circle eventually favors you. As ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 is live right now, as we're going to be heading off with the big bird in the sky and the flight path trajectory all the way heading in from, well, the northern sides, from La Cumbreria towards Minas Valley. So very interesting one, especially the teams heading off towards the eastern sides of the maps, they're gonna have a little bit of a situation. But other than that, I think, I mean, the other teams, they're not gonna have a lot of issues.
Should be simple enough for everyone else in this situation, but I think we'll have to see how the circle does end up being. I wonder if we get a western circle maybe towards the junkyard area. It's a rough mountain range that I'd like to see these teams really navigate and find themselves in spots very close to each other, something that may not be the case in Miramar circles in general. But so far, we aren't seeing any of those drop contestations, fixes, teams happy to leave themselves to the side and just focus on their own game.
Oh yeah, they will have to, right? But you know what I'm really focusing, or rather looking at, is if we have some, you know, drop collisions, a little bit of sparks flying out in the air, and it has happened. You know, QWERTY finding himself surrounded, does not have the right choice of weapons, has to back off though, as the whole entire horde of MetershotxSKY, they're right on them, as QWERTY. He's just gonna back off as his teammate is just nearby, but not in a contesting position.
Smart decision there from QWERTY, but we've got quite an interesting situation building up here around water treatment, where a couple of players of MetershotxSKY stuck between all of these star players. So I wonder if Star does end up grouping, trying to punish them to a little extent, but with respect to the circle itself, you can see it's turned out towards the southwestern area. Looks like a Los Leones, maybe a La Bendita circle, and it'll be quite interesting how it does end up panning out. But again, near that Los Leones area where we see SALTxi8, you've got MetershotxSKY quite close too. So surprisingly, so a few of these teams very, very close to each other. Not something that I expect coming into Miramar, but hey, it might give us that early action we like.
Oh, it certainly can, right? I mean, this is exactly what we want, but the way this circle is really panning out, CA, it's going to be interesting to see how Star deal with MetershotxSKY. I love that little bit of a surrounding they've done over there, and will keep them enclosed. But there's one way out for MetershotxSKY. It's going to be interesting to see if they can figure their way around that. But for the next few battles, again, we've seen, you know, MetershotxSKY and SALTxi8 always dropping down at Los Leones. Sort of do have an understanding where they don't tend to lock horns against each other. But for Magnus and FMxR3D, it's going to be really interesting to see how they're going to be dealing with that little bit of a situation over there. But the circle's center, you know, I'm kind of starting to ponder where it's really going to head out to.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting question, most definitely one that our teams as well will have to consider. I'm sure these teams will want to get themselves in those early rotations, get those high grounds where they predict the circle to really get going. And in that regard, the rotations haven't begun just yet, but the congestion does seem to be coming in from that northwestern area. We're going to see, I think, a few early scrapes fixes, something that we saw in the Erangel as well, and has somewhat become the theme of the day, where we see all of these teams really trying to get an early edge for themselves.
Yeah, I think this is what we have to expect from the teams, that they know they've qualified, right? They're going to be looking at a few of more finishes, but hold on. Ash does spot out a prey right out in the open. He's waiting for Emerge to step out from the cover that he's hanging on to. And the moment he's done that, he's you know, getting out of this, it's going to spell trouble for him. Emerge, is he aware of the fact that he's being looked at not just by one player, but a whole squad? And I think, you know, SKY at this point, you know, the intention is to kind of try to get them from a particular angle. But I really do not know if that's a right choice of approach in this situation, CA.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, Fixer, because it really does mean that they're going to put themselves in a situation where they're quite vulnerable. But in that regard, we've getting to see QWERTY, one of the few teams outside the circle around the Valadimar area. We'll have to see how they maneuver their way in, because they're going to find themselves with a formidable foe on their front in Chemicera, where TUF have stationed themselves. Now we're back to this stalemate of sorts that we've had since the start. Star and MetershotxSKY facing each other off, but neither willing to really commit to the fight, which honestly is quite weird from Star. They had at one point MetershotxSKY stuck in a small area. They could have just forced their way in, but little hesitancy almost.
Oh, a little bit hesitant over there. Yeah, of course. I mean, at this point, I would have wanted to see a rather bigger spread coming in from MetershotxSKY rather than just sticking with each other. All right, I get it why they are sticking because two of the other players of Star are just on their backlines, right? So if they kind of tend to get exposed from over there, then it's gonna spell trouble for them. But for now, I think the next objective for MetershotxSKY, of course, clearly visible that they do not intend to take any fights. But SALTxi really wants to close in the gap, and by Usama's movements over there, I think he's got a hunch that there's someone watching over. But for now, it's QWERTY. They've managed to get that initial knock on towards Harry. They're just gonna drive the over as Marlega. He's going to make sure he makes no noise. Indeed has right now as Destroyer. He's just going to charge in at his direction. Marlega initially intended to patch himself up. Will not be able to do that. Really slow reflexes coming out from Marlega as he gets finished off, and too early finishes for QWERTY there.
Yeah, QWERTY picking themselves up some nice change right there. Two easy pick-offs that are going to help them in the bank, but now you can see they're focusing back on the circle, just trying to make sure they don't give up on their position. But ooh. Oh, Sama, oh no. Alright.
Alright, so we kind of get a little gist of what MetershotxSKY are really up to. They're the ones causing so much trouble for Star right now. Look at these boys. They barely have any loot at all, right?
Yeah.
Just basic beginner weapons to work around with. And they're looting, letting Team Star loot to their fullest. But right now, seems like things are getting changed a little bit. Because godfury has managed to get some retaliation finishes. And he's going to continue his, assault at MetershotxSKY at this point. With Khatir so less HP, he's going to be wanting the players of Team Star to kind of reduce the gap, close in on him a little bit, because he's just got those SMGs to play around. And with SMGs just on their iron sights, it's going to be difficult. But there you go. Sultana has managed to find a perfect angle and has managed to find that knock. As it all comes down to Ash and Kian, as Ash will get the revenge on Sultana, will ensure the finish as I mean, it's a really confusing fight for me. MetershotxSKY, they had no intentions. They got themselves into the situation, and now they're just paying the price as Team Star. They're just gonna keep charging in with Kian.
What?
Nowhere to run and hide. See, will be lobbing that Molotov out there, but how long is he gonna survive? As there you go, gets taken down, and Ash's position is compromised.
Yeah, it's just like, this is like an up and down and left and right TV show that I'm watching right now. It's almost like the players are tumbling over just to make it that much more interesting, because I saw godfury get knocked by just falling down, fall damage. So we're getting to see everything in play, but right now, out of this fight, on a serious note, it is Team Star that has come out looking much better, because they've got the revives on fixes, and Ash, he's still quite isolated from the rest of his teammates. Will go for a peek, but exposes Red instead. Still, Ash deals a hefty chunk of damage, almost knocked Emerge out.
Yeah, had that been any other weapon other than the mini, I think any other DMR for Ash could have been an easy knock, but this is really good movement being made by godfury. Now Ash has got to look out for two angles. Now this gives Emerge that little extra edge against him, as godfury, he's going to be traversing the longer route. And is Ash anticipating that? I would love to see from his POV, and he was not even dreaming about it. And there you go, MetershotxSKY just get themselves eliminated from this game, as QWERTY and Magnus are in real close vicinity to each other.
Yeah, look at this. You got QWERTY and Magnus, two teams that most certainly can make a run of this fight if they choose to, but would be quite surprising because we don't get to see QWERTY make such aggressive moves usually, and in general. We see Magnus shying away from mid-round fights right here, but Magnus probably buoyed by their recent chicken dinner win at an all-time high in terms of confidence, will be looking to push on forward. Actually, no, elect not to do so. They respect the fact that their two teammates are not in that position, they're just holding on to their spots.
Oh yeah, and you know, at this point it's going to be interesting to see what sort of movements Team QWERTY are making. By the looks of it, they are spreading out a little bit, and I think, you know, objectively there's nothing much to gain. And Magnus Tech just going to be happy with that little bit of a high ground advantage that they have to themselves, as QWERTY would eventually just back out. I mean, there's no purpose in that fight, right? We still do not know if the next circle shift is going to be favoring the boys, as freestyle. I mean, they've gotten their they've gotten their loot, and now they're kind of in a contesting position. So they're also in the mood to pick some fights over here. But FMxR3D find themselves at the dead center of the circle, as I'm really, you know, looking out for any sort of anomalies, and not getting anything, to be honest. But eyes will of course be at how Regicide and XGeneration are going to be performing this one, and Regicide still find themselves around Chumasera, and XGeneration still, both these teams rather, playing around the edges, and XGeneration on the power grid region. But for now it's freestyle. They've managed to take control over the high ground. Let's see if they can get a few finishes to their name.
Yeah, freestyle do seem to be in a location where the circle might most certainly shift, and we're going to get to see that shift at the circle in the next few seconds. But TMW look to be a team that might just be in some trouble, but a huge nade from Elfathiya finds Khan. He goes out into the open, knocks Destroyer as well, but the trade comes out by Wolverine. Now this is the moment for TMW fixes. They've got to pounce. Elfathiya has got 2 knocks. If they wipe out QWERTY, this could be a huge fight, and they are trying to do exactly that. Big Boss will knock and finish off Gravity. TMW, they need the backup of the rest of their teammates.
Oh, they certainly have to, but the question is, do they? No, they do not. But what a play, what an opening coming out from Elfathiya, as the last surviving member of QWERTY. Wolverine will be charging in at their direction, as we really felt, you know, this could have been QWERTY's fight. They could have, should have had no trouble in getting the eliminations, but Wolverine lobbing all the smokes, but he's got to make some early work there. He's going to try and revive Destroyer at the very least. And yeah, has him you know, in a good position. Those smokes will of course reveal his positions, as Elfathiya, he steps out of cover, as it's going to get really exciting for him. Elfathiya still charging at his direction. Wolverine still holding on to that high ground, has a grenade cooked up, will lob at his direction. Elfathiya taking no damage as Destroyer gets into a safe spot, but Wolverine, does he have enough time to get that rest back up?
Doesn't look like it, but he's gonna try it anyways. Elfathiya now presented with the golden opportunity to go for the push, but he's electing to just hold back, allow his teammate with a heftier health bar to try and make it happen. For the high ground advantage, it comes into play. Wolverine gets the first peek, takes out a chunk of Big Boss's health and stalls out the push, buying more than enough time for Destroyer to get back to full HP.
Oh yeah, and the only reason that I'm concerned about TMW is they're not having the best of the meds on them, right? Elfathiya and Big Boss barely surviving with a sliver of HP, and QWERTY seem to have no idea of that. Big Boss is gonna back off a little bit, you know, needs to get himself patched up, but Elfathiya has a few bandages to work around with, and he's doing exactly that. Now he's going to be moving in from the right hand side of Wolverine as he makes a dash against Wolverine. Somehow holds himself strong, but Big Boss not so lucky this time, gets knocked out, as Wolverine and Destroyer, they're going to be looking to capitalize on the situation, as Elfathiya, not the best of HP, almost at around 30%, still trying to wait for the push coming in by the players of Team QWERTY.
Yeah, Elfathiya still trying to just hold on. Not making that aggressive move right here. It's quite interesting because they had success once before, but it ends up costing them fixes. TmwEsports, that little bit of extra weight that they presented ends up being their downfall. They allowed QWERTY to get back on their feet, and Destroyer gets rid of them altogether. But that circle shift, it's got us all gasping for sure. It's going all the way towards Los Leones, and I love it. I think we might get to see an urban finish now.
Oh, we certainly can, but you know, the history says the otherwise. But little bit of a wipeout coming there for Team Clarity, who have not really been having the best of days, right? The final day, of course, they would want to end on a good note. But for SALTxi8, I mean, this is a game that they are looking forward to go out there and win it all. 52x Rage, of course, really happy with that one squad wipe already. They're going to start looking up for a little bit more than that, as they do have the players of the Grounders kind of pincer down to those two compounds as the push really comes in. But how well are the boys from the Grounders equipped to defend this advance being made, as Kurama is going to lob a grenade at Zen's direction, not really managing to do any damage as 52x Rage. They find themselves just spreading out as this Molotov surely would be able to flush Kurama out.
Now look, Fixes, you've got 52x Rage moving in fast on Grounders, but Grounders, they hold on for dear life. Shapathon finishes one off, but a huge nade comes in through faster, and that's going to be the end of Team Grounders eliminated from the lobby. Now we've got Team Grounders gone, TmW gone, and XGeneration in a bit of a hotspot towards the northern side, while Red side have sneaked into the circle from the south side, so Red side looking strong. But on another note, you got TUF and MetershotxSKY contesting for this western edge as Team QWERTY get eliminated for a Miramar. The action is erupting quite early, Fixes.
Oh, look at that. Oh, TUF a little bit unlucky over there. Esports really not backing off, but still keeping the fight on these two teams. Neither of them deciding to withdraw as Venture gets taken down. It's going to be coming in from Joker Sir, as this is the perfect cue that they were waiting for, right? Get enough knocks and then go with the push. Of course, they do not have thought, they have to look out for the eastern side, because you've got Quantum Rage, the players, they're going to be shooting from that direction. The chance and opportunity if they get that. Alright, so a little bit of a glitch over there. CA is definitely going to be with us really soon. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, it's TUF deciding or trying to make advances at Esports' direction. It's going to be really interesting if they can get themselves back. But SALTxi8 really holding on to that high ground advantage that they have, not really letting TUF make their desired push at the direction of Esports. As reviews, he's going to continue doing that as Usam. He's got an M24 with a suppressor, all you would need to, you know, instill death from above.
Yeah, and death from above is what he'll be looking for, but we've got death coming in from all sides in this blue zone, Fixes. 2 seconds till we figure out where it shifts, and it shifts towards the north, helping SALTxi8 and 52x Rage, or rather going in the direction they predicted. It could be either way, but right now SALTxi8, they've got multiple compounds in a tiny circle, Fixes. They're not just kings of the hill, they're emperors of the circle right now.
Oh, they certainly are, but at the same time, this little spread from their side could prove fatal if you know, they do not make their early rotations here, because once you are cut off from your team, it's so difficult to get back to them, right? But for now, 420 boy does manage to find a knock onto it. Cairo will eventually end up finishing him. A very important game for XGeneration, as my eyes search out for Regicide. They're still alive with all their 4 players. They've managed to get a finish and certainly have their eyes on the chicken dinner, and so do these lads, as Magnus, slowly but surely, they're intending to push at their direction. But XGeneration, they also have to get inside the zones here.
Oh, that's exactly where XGeneration is going to find themselves in a bit of trouble. Now there is this compound in front of them where a small part of the compound is in the circle, but right now they're focused on clearing out Magnus so they can take their spot in these small areas. Now, having said that though, SALTxi8, they come into play, they spot out XGeneration, and they're out of play altogether. Now you got towards the southern side, sorry, northwestern side. Freestyle trying to get into play while FMxR3D just tried to hold on. SALTxi8 there, spraying teams in every direction, taking a role in every single fight.
Oh, they certainly are, and now you can have witnessed fights happening left, right, and center. A lot of grenades, a lot of molotovs, because again, this is one of those urban circles that we've been so longing for, right? A lot of cover for all these teams to play around with. So the right way to flush around your opponents will be through your utilities. And for now, Freestyle, they do have Zutari coming up. And we've got to see what sort of an impact can he make on this team as finishes spots out not just one, but kind of flushes a spray a little bit on Tyrant over there, who eventually gets a traded knock. But for Hassan, this is a perfect opportunity where he could have really pushed in on Tyrant, but maybe wanting to play the safer game, because again, if you are trying to push in, not aware of all your possible 4 directions, you might get taken out from elsewhere, especially with SALTxi8 holding that really nasty high ground to themselves.
Yeah, exactly, and it does really feel like the case where teams who usually do end up giving that opportunity to teams like SALTxi8, they suffer rather than get away with it. But a 3-1 split right now from SALTxi8. They've got Crypto standing all alone, holding down the southern front, while a 3-man pivot swings left and right looking for a fight. Voltrox, he's going to find himself knocked at the hands of Star, while FMxR3D, they've got Hassan OP left trying to pull off a 1v2. He gets one surely. He will make it 2, but at the cost of his life from Blade. Come on, SALTxi8, let Hassan have his day.
The party poopers. I mean, Hassan almost. I mean, he did pull off that clutch over there, but regardless, 52x Rage will be under some fuming rage as they wipe out yet another squad. Increasing their tally to 7 finishes, the highest so far in this particular game.
Yeah, 52x Rage looking hella aggressive, but they have paid the price to team members who lost, so I think this is prime time for them to just stay safe. They are in a nifty edge of that circle, but the circle's actually taking a sudden shift in favor of Regicide fixes, and now SALTxi8, while trying to make in the moves, they're eliminating Regicide's competition. You got NorthEsports falling down, TUF caught at the edge of the circle, while Freestyle not in a position to move in unless they move off King Crypto, and well, that's like trying to move off Boulder.
Oh yeah, it's going to be so difficult, but at the same time, for the players of SALTxi8 to make it up to Crypto is gonna be an even tougher task, with them creating so much noise before they head out. You've got those prying eyes on you, as Uzum is gonna ensure that his teammates make it inside the circle, but Joker causing a lot of trouble for NorthEsports over there, does manage to get that knock onto it. Snow will eventually want to take down Maxi, which he does, but I think it's going to be Uzum from up top who gets that finish. And there you go, TUF also biting the dust, but with 6 finishes, they're going to be happy about the fact. But Regicide, they have still survived. But for how long? Still inside the circle right now with just that one finish. One good game is all they are looking forward to. And one chicken dinner could sort of take away all the problems that they're under.
It most certainly could, Fixes. All it takes is one opportunity for these teams, and they are able to make it work. But right now, that opportunity, it's not so easy, because you've got 6 teams in a tiny space just holding off against each other. The classic urban finishers. Every team just holds on to their spot in the circle, looking for another to make their move. And it looks like Star will be the one. They've got Freestyle off guard, trying to finish off Tyrant right here. Will not be able to make it happen. Tyrant will eventually fall prey. I mean, at this point, is it really a surprise? Yes, it's SALTxi8 picking up yet another free elimination.
At this point, this next circle shift is going to be so important, really. And it shifts and favors the boys from SALTxi8. Now, for Regicide, it is Doomsday, right? Now, how do they play around this zone, right? You've got to take that higher ground, and there's not enough player paths to try and do that. So they're going to look out for as much positioning as they can at this moment, as Emerge finds himself knocked out. As SALTxi8, they're absolutely just dominating the circle, with Reviews now deciding to charge in. Crypto providing that cover fire. Also the same being there from Blade's side, as there you go, Reviews taking his chances. Eventually just gets in, gets the 2 finishes secured, and 11 finishes in total so far coming in for SALTxi8.
Now look, Regicide, they've got themselves in a very weird position now where if they try to move forward, they're going to have Quantum Rage coming in from the left, SALTxi8 coming in from the right. They're going to be pincered, but they fight back. Uzum, he finds Nocto for sure, but IQ, they're chiming in to push out SALTxi8 to make them bow down. For SALTxi8, they have completely different intentions. Crypto finds Waz and shuts him down, and SALTxi8, they rule from their high ground.
Oh, they certainly are, and this is gonna keep on getting worse if the next circle shift also favors them. With Voltrox's position clearly compromised, King Crypto is gonna be lobbing a grenade from up above, as eventually wanted to look out and figure maybe take down Sparky also there in that situation. But Voltrox just backing off. It's gonna be interesting as to how they're gonna be approaching this particular situation, as Regicide survived by their two players. How far can they go? How deep can they dig? Because a top 3 finish nonetheless could certainly help their cause, as we do have a team trying to push in at their direction, but Crypto has his eyes set, and Voltrox, the question remains, how long can he keep himself alive in that broken shack there? Eventually just falls down to reviews and will be finished off. No troubles whatsoever. Comes down to the last surviving player from Team Regicide. I think it's going to be Nocto, I believe, or is it Insane?
Yeah.
It's Insane, yeah.
Oh. Insane just stuck against a small part of that cliff. He's hoping they don't look at him and just kill each other instead, and his wish is so far being granted. As SALTxi8, they try to jump off a cliff, avoiding their death, but instead they find death on the midst of their jump. Just the bullets coming through, but not finishing them off yet. SALTxi8 will be able to hold on to a small part of the circle, but oh my god, Uzum, does he know Insane is here? It seems like he does. Sorry, that was Reviews. Had an idea that a Regicide player was right there, will shut down Insane, and that will be the end of Regicide. But hey, a 4th place finish where most of your competition got eliminated quite early. Not bad once again from Regicide.
Yeah, but not a lot of finishes to be, proud of, because you're not gonna get a lot of points there. 8 finishes, and I think 9 points is what they've accrued, as SALTxi8 16. And it's a dominating spree for these lads, as Uzum gets one more grenade connected, and they're absolutely bullies inside the lobby. Look at them! Crypto had to be punished for such atrocities out there. Jumping as if he does not care, and did take that hefty chunk of damage. But this is it, right? With SALTxi8, having that little bit of cover to play around with, it's not going to be a matter of concern. But Uzum almost surviving by the skin of his teeth over there, as Crypto gets himself back up, as Uzum needs to patch, and so does Crypto. But it's going to be exciting to see if Faster can pull off something out of his magic hat.
Oh, he's certainly gonna have to, but looks quite impossible. But hey, Faster, he gets it started, shuts down Sparky, but will get instantly traded out, and that's 52 X-Rage out of the picture, and not too long for Quantum Rage. An easy chicken dinner picked up for SALTxi8, and it just like gives them high ground, and it is your end. A 19 elimination one. What the heck? Okay, SALTxi8.
This is a typical SALTxi8. This is the ideal SALTxi8 that we are privy to witness, and they did play in all their might and glory over here. The sort of a performance that they showcased, everything was picture perfect, and even the circle in that matter. Because had it shifted a little bit down below, could have been Regicide's game, but it all went down south, and for them at least, because the circle shifted a little bit towards the northern side, giving them that high ground advantage that I think they were holding on from minute 1, because the circle also did form out around Los Leones. MetershotxSKY really showed some signs of resilience over there, but could not do much against TUF. But SALTxi8, what a dominating finish over there by these lads, and it's just not a single player that you can pick from the lot. It was a whole team effort, right? Everyone just with one purpose only, to get as many finishes. They've got as high as 19 finishes right now. Can they get even higher than that? Of course, really happy about the fact that now I think they've they've equalized the number of chicken dinners with MetershotxSKY, so extra $500 also making them really happy right now.
Yeah, 100%. And SALTxi8, man, at this point, like you said, there's not a single player you can look out for, but we'll have all of this analytical discussion after a small break.
Go!
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan. Here we've got ourselves underway in Super Weekend Day 3 of this amazing league, and it's been a fantastic journey in this Day 3 so far, as in the first few matches we've come away with some standard chicken dinner winners. First one picked up by Magnus, not so standard in that, but definitely well deserved, and now one picked up by SALTxi8. But when you look at the real matter of contention, when you look at the real discussion, it lies around that bottom half of the rankings, and that's where I think really we'll have to see if Regicide is able to continue this small run of form. It's not really form just yet, they're just finding their groove almost, and if they'll be able to get full value and unseat XGeneration from the top 16. But back to SALTxi8, we see reviews with 7 eliminations, 7 knocks, picking up the MVP for himself. An aggressive player is who he is, and most certainly delivered in that regard when it came to this particular matchup. Just absolutely brilliantly done by reviews. 7 eliminations, 7 knocks, 736 damage. Just picture perfect, I think, a performance that we've seen from reviews and SALTxi8 plenty of times, and it's something that we will all, I'm sure, just eventually start getting used to, because we got 4 days this week, Day 3 of the Super Weekend, followed up by 3 massive days with the Grand Finals coming through. And boy, oh boy, is it going to be an amazing affair. But I think what I'm really excited to witness right now is how these teams do end up just securing their qualification for that top 16 in the first place. But hey, this is why throughout the cast, Fixes and I were heaping praise on SALTxi8, because you can see top 5 players in the lobby has top 4 of SALTxi8 already. We've got 1, 2 and 3 occupied by Reviews, Uzum and Crypto respectively. Blade is going to be unhappy he doesn't get number 4, as Faster is just a little faster to that and is able to make it happen now. We'll have to really see how this ends up affecting our standings coming into the overall standings, because that's what we were talking about as to how we're going to get to see teams really shape themselves in that. We're going to see true diamonds rise out as they face all of this pressure on them, or we're going to see the downfall of giants, teams just not able to secure their qualification despite looking like they might be in a good position to do the same. But I think irrespective, one thing that we are especially certain about is that simple fact that for us neutral observers, it's going to be an especially lovely spectacle to witness. We're talking about lovely spectacles. SALTxi8 here coming through with a win. Quantum Rage, they got that second spot, but you can see they barely participated, stuck in that tiny circle with not many options to boot. It left them in a position where they were left a little wanting. Not really a space where they could have expressed themselves the most, but they'll be happy with that second place spot nonetheless. Again, domination by SALTxi8 in that match summary overall. You've got Reviews, Crypto, Blade, all picking up one particular stat for themselves. And Reviews, of course, did most of his work for himself. Reviews and with the knocks and eliminations. But Crypto, you can see why we call him King Crypto, with the most damage as usual.
Yeah, of course. I mean, what an amazing, phenomenal performance out here. And yeah, I mean, I was kind of really just let down by the fact that I was looking out for Regicide over here, and now considering the circumstances in hand, it's gonna get a little bit more closer. The gap between XGeneration and Regicide.
Yeah, exactly, and it is really going to be the case where this is going to get that much more interesting. XGeneration with just 2 points, Regicide with 9. I still don't think this should be enough to get XGeneration's position just yet, but I think in regards to that simple fact that where we are getting to see it spice up a lot more than it was before, it's starting to look hella close.
Oh, it certainly is. Considering this particular situation at this moment, right? I mean, you've got to expect that the other teams really need to catch up. And, I'm kind of in a situation, it was a really rocky start for a few of the teams out there. And eventually did not, go around as they expected, especially for teams like MetershotxSKY.
Yeah, exactly. And I think really something we're getting to witness differently from what we saw in Super Weekend 2 or even days 1 and 2 of the Super Weekend 3 is teams getting caught out in a lot of these moments, causing early fights to erupt. And these urban finishes coming through has made things a lot more interesting, and you can see continuously, man. SALTxi8, as soon as they had that compound, that double compound area where they were in the split, in the circle, they just dominated every single circle going through, heaping tons of damage on teams all throughout.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was quite an interesting situation, right? Especially at this particular point, you knew that you're gonna have that higher ground. This game is pretty much sealed for them as SALTxi8. I mean, of course, what do we say? But 52x Rage, I'm pretty sure they were the ones who really picked up the pace today, and they were the ones who were really getting at the heads of their opponents, getting the job done. But so far, as could not really retain to the numbers that they were holding on to.
Yeah, 2.8k damage from SALTxi8. Oh boy, no team even half as close in that regard. Oh my god, this is just total domination all the way through. And honestly, besides that, a number that sticks out to me is Regicide with only 1 elimination. Yes, 9 points is decent when it's any other general map. But when it comes to Miramar, Regicide's map is Miramar. Surely you've got to do better than 9 points.
Yeah, I mean, this certainly could do better, right? No doubts whatsoever over there. But yeah, the clear chart where SALTxi8, they're really ruling out on the numbers. And yeah, I mean, really nothing much to talk about over here. Quite an uncharacteristic circle, really, because you do not expect the circle going down south, right? At least such an urban circle at that. But we take a look at the overall rankings where 52x Rage, they're going to be the ones taking the 3rd spot. So a really good thing for them over here. But regardless, I think we just have to see where Regicide stands.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how that second page works out. But right now, I think 52x Rage will be very happy. They've got themselves into that 3rd spot for a team that has continuously looked on the edge of the top. It's like a top of the middle of the pack, middle pack teams where they are able to consistently stay above the middle pack teams, but were never able to break into the top till just now. And it's a good sign, most certainly, because this is what they need going into the grand finals.
I mean, I do not know what to say over here because, things are getting really tensed up over there. And, for as things stand, Regicide and XGeneration just a few points down under. And we've got to see. As to, what really happens. Because I believe few more games remain. and they've got to pick up the pace. 3 more over here, and they've got to pick up the whatever they can do from around here. But let's see what happens.
Yep, and it's going to be very, very interesting. 5 points between XGeneration and Ready Side Fixes. Only 5 points between these teams, and I have a weird feeling it might sway in our next Erangel coming right up. Meanwhile, TMW just not able to make a charge. They've just got 2 points in our last match, and it looks like a lost cause at this point. Still, I feel like Erangel has some hope if they pull off a good performance. But if they disappear in Erangel, surely it's just done and dusted. I guess this match 3 is going to just be do or die.
Oh, it certainly will be, right? I mean, for now, Regicide, considering the fact, considering the situation that they find themselves under, it's going to be so exciting to see, you know, who's going to be the one amongst the pack. You know, is it going to be XGeneration? Is it going to be them? Or the Grounders? I mean, they've not had a good time either. Now, heading off into this particular matchup of Erangel, I do not know, man, who's going to win. At this point, you know, I'm not going to make any predictions, just have my fingers crossed over. And in the next couple of minutes, we're going to have, well, the game starting off a little bit over there. And yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see how these teams are going to perform. Because starting from tomorrow, we do have the finals. And a little bit of a look at the schedule in front of us, as we do have Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel. Alright, and yeah, it's going to be Erangel. Let's see how teams perform.
Yeah, match 3 Erangel, as we head back to familiar territory for a lot of these teams. We'll have to see if they can bring back that familiar form that we expect them to come through from the side of Erangel. Again, drop contestations has not been something we've seen quite recently. I want to see maybe finally teams will get to pick that up. But when it comes to that map chance statistic, we've got SALTxi8, of course, leading the pack. Not a surprise whatsoever, considering the fact that they are the most consistent team that we've had across PMPL Pakistan. But TUF sneaking in there as well. But what I'm really surprised by is FMxR3D here looking like they are starting to step up. And if you go back to the day that we did end up losing off Superweekend 3, it was a case where FMxR3D were looking much stronger, but hasn't been the case today. They have just been sort of subpar.
I mean, yeah, at this point, you know, you've got to hope that good things really happen, right?
Yeah.
You know, of course, with the circumstances in front of us over here, it's going to be really exciting to see what goes on, because now again tomorrow it's all going down to basics, right? You've got to start off again from you know, ground 1. You've got to start racking up all these points for yourself, and then you move on to the next game. You've got 18 games, enough to, you know, make sure that you sort of tend to qualify as we head on. And right now, looking at the screen over here, all the players locked and ready. Let's head into the game and find for ourselves who turns out to be the victor.
Match gonna come through. We've got the flight path coming in, I believe from the east to the west. Just a center flight path splitting the map in two will provide ease of access to every single team out there. Should be able to get to their respective drop locations quite comfortably. And something I do want to see talking about drop locations is whether clarity goes back to Georgopol or not. Match 1 fixes, we saw them heading over to Ferry Pier, maybe anticipating that south circle, and they had a bit of trouble with their rotations, almost seemed a little confused. So maybe they go back to Georgopol just to bring back the comfort of that rotation.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, taking a look at how the flight path trajectory really heads on out, you know, of course you would want to let's, you know, find yourself in a really interesting situation. Nothing out of ordinary over here. SALTxi8, they're heading to their own respective direction. We've got Regicide and MetershotxSKY in around Farm and Milta as usual. SALTxi8, well, let's see. I mean, they did go down to military base, but for now, Magnus Esports, yeah, they're gonna have that similar spread. But North Esports, well, let's see. I mean, they've dropped off at their own desired location. Clarity, no changes whatsoever this time. They're going towards Georgopol, you know, the entire pack. So understandable, finally, you know, heading to their own drop. But my eyes are kind of looking out if they can have any collisions, but I do not seem to find any. But TmW with a really interesting drop.
XGeneration in a bit of trouble right here. Is 420 boy could have been spotted up by Sultana. Doesn't know that Sultana just has the pistol in his hand. Is a fight that 420 boy could think about winning for. Actually, I don't think he's got any weapons. He's just running for it. Oh no. Oh, Sultana still trying to make the chase happen. It's just a 1v1 anime chase. This 420 boy runs for his life, dodging the bullets. Still holding on. 420 boy will not be able to do so for much longer. And that's the end of 420 boys. Jerry run right there will get caught off by Sultana. Should be an easy elimination picked up for Team Star. And further trouble for XGeneration in their fight to hold on to their top 16 spot.
Yeah, and you know, for now, I do not really know what to tell about in this particular situation, because North Esports at this moment, you know, they find themselves in a really good position. Nothing much to be worrying about. They have qualified, and MetershotxSKY and the Grounders, they're all in their safe haven. But Magnus, I think that little bit of a change over there. But for XGeneration, things are not you know, that merry, as they have to make sure that they get the next 3 games going in according to what they want. So let's see how they perform this time around, because the zone is pretty standard, nothing really that throws us off guard. But well, moving along, I mean, the Grounders, how do you feel about this team heading into the finals here?
I really think Grounders are a bit of an up and down team. You know, we've seen some really great performances from them. When you look back to, for example, Superweekend 1, they look like a team that could have been a dark horse coming into finals, but missed out on Superweekend 2, haven't been able to capture that form in Superweekend 3. So certainly seems like right now they're in a bit of a rut, but can they bounce back? That's the question, and we'll have to really see how it does pan out. Right now, teams quite separated in that circle. We've got Magnus continuing their exploration of Pachinki, something we saw in match 1, where Cairo went through, and it is going to benefit them because the way the circle is centered around, it's quite likely that Pachinki continues on in the next 2-3 circles, if not even more.
Yeah, and you know, at this point, we're going to look at how the zone really gets going. Of course, apologies to the viewers. Had a little bit of a shift in attention. Now I'm completely back in going. Yeah, I mean, we've got Regicide. Let's see. You know, this team, they've got, you know, guns pointed right at their heads. They've got to do everything it is needed from their side to try and get over there. But regardless, let's see what they come up with. But for now, I mean, we're not gonna witness anything else for happening, right? Star, they're pretty much rotating from Severny. They're gonna try and well, maybe they're going back. It's kind of really amusing to see what is going to happen. But XGeneration, they're in real close proximity to you know, Clarity again. I'm starting to wonder if they are gonna be having a few more casualties to their name, or how is it really going to pan out? Because again, Clarity, we do not really see all their players on the northwestern side, right? We have seen that a little bit of a shift where we have people on the Georgopol containers also with them.
Yeah, and now look, I think really at this point we're going to have to see how these small hotspots pan out, because like you said, Georgopol, we've got a similar situation around Rozhok as well. And at this point, really, those small hotspots, they're going to get quite spicy with this circle shifting, because if it takes a centralized shift, puts both of those areas on the borderlands, that's where I think the fights will start erupting. For now, teams just focused on getting key compounds for themselves, getting key high grounds, and hoping that the circle will favor them in the long run.
Oh, let's just hope. Let's just hope. And for now, MetershotxSKY. Let's see what can they do. And yeah, I think we're gonna be wanting better plays from this team. Of course, haven't seen much out of them this time around. But for now, MetershotxSKY, well, again, as we have our attention directed towards QWERTY, Wolverine, Khan, Gravity, and Destroyer, all four of them rotating in unison together, making sure that they kind of get done with them not having any chicken dinners during the super weekends. But let's see. Everyone's sort of eyeing out for the centers here, so that's one thing. We're still waiting for all the fights to really begin.
We really are fixers as teams start getting closer to the center, the circle closing in as well. For now, at this point, really, it does look like teams, they are in a position where they are all edging towards that ruins area, Pochinki area, and that's where the circle does generally go. But I am really hoping for a radical shift here, a way for the PUBG Mobile gods really to shift things up, and really put into highlight all of those teams that are trying to find themselves on a comeback, find themselves pushing back. Right now, the Gravity learning the hard way that, well, you cannot push off a rock. Just takes a little bit of damage. But so far, so simple for all of these teams. You're saying all of those high-profile teams, I mean, not high-profile in terms of performance necessarily, but in terms of our narrative with XGeneration, Red Side, TMW quite separated. So still no inter-cross 15, 16, 17 action just yet.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just like a little, peck, and that's it. But El Fatiha, man, we've got to give it to him. The way he showed his resilience against QWERTY the last time, I mean, that was really amazing, right? Getting those 2 knocks for himself. But for now, Edgar, he's going to be out in the open. And let's see as to what can really happen in that situation. But there you go, another shift around the Pochinki areas. And yeah, I mean, nothing much out of ordinary. As Clarity, well, they're also rotating inside the circle, and things haven't really heated up as of now.
And we've got that circle shifted towards the central area, so things aren't going to heat up anytime soon. It is just going to be teams circling on each other like wolves, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, waiting for that first vulnerability. And so far, they haven't spotted it. Osama looks at Hassan going through on the rotation, but still not taking the shot. And that's a smart thing. It's something that we haven't seen from every team, that trigger control, to know when to take the fight and when to not.
Yeah. And for now, I mean, the way things are, let's see what Team Star are up to as FMxR3D. Well, we've got to figure things out as to what they intend at this particular moment. Yeah, they're just rotating. We've got the players of Freestyle just hovering around, and SALTxi8, well, rotating along with Freestyle, just find themselves right beside them. And
ooh, SALTxi8 actually seem to be engaging on the front fixes because they are moving into Freestyle while Uzum is moving back. I wonder if he can get a look at it, and thank you very much, production. They instantly give us a look at it, and oh no, it does seem like they are backing out. Crypto and Reviews were the players who might have potentially engaged, but SALTxi8 electing to make the smart move. They'll get on out of there, not engage in early unnecessary fights.
So, I mean, of course, it's quite evident from what Freestyle are trying to do over here is they're going to be looking at getting that finish on Zertari. Or rather, he's his own teammate. My apologies. But yeah, SALTxi8's Blade and Uzum. They're just revolving around, and for now, MetershotxSKY against Magnus. We've got to see if this fight breaks out at all.
And really look, this is where we are expecting fixes for the dominoes to start toppling. This is where we are expecting for teams to start stumbling, and for those wolves to sense a moment of opportunity to pounce. So far, none of the teams have provided it, but we've got MetershotxSKY on their classic, extremely late rotation now coming through. And I don't say that in a bad way at all. When I say extremely late rotation and MetershotxSKY, it makes perfect sense, you know, because for them, the funda is very simple. It's like, their early game, not the greatest, which is why they go to a far-off spot in Overipnoy. Their mid-game, it's okay-ish, which is why they avoid it with the late rotation. They know their late game is freaking strong, so they want to come into the circle late and just try to get into a good spot ASAP.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, they are looking forward to that. But this is the circle, I think, that would wake me up from my senses here, because this is the exact shift that we needed, right? The western areas around ruins and Gatka. And now it's going to be interesting with Clarity just having that center to themselves. Magnus also making that quick rotation. Look at the traffic coming in from the eastern side and the northeastern side. It's going to be interesting as to how teams are going to be dealing with that situation. But for now, the grounders out here, well, let's see what they're up to.
Now with the circle taking a western shift, all these teams caught in a weird situation where they're going to have to try to make the moves. You got SALTxi8 catching out QWERTY while they try to do exactly that in this hotspot towards the eastern side of the circle now. SALTxi8 not going to know that Magnus is lurking around in the shadows, but someone seemingly does. Magnus taking a ton of damage. Was that SALTxi8 actually?
I guess so. And there you go. Reviews in all his might and glory just advances at their direction as Blade gets the finish on as Uzum, another knock onto its Khan, and it's just barraging grenades out here as Magnus will follow suit. They're also going to join the party, and suddenly it's all lit up over here.
Lit up indeed, as Crypto will chime in on that as well. Moment of getting caught off. The winners of our first chicken dinner in Erangel now seemingly caught in the middle of nowhere in a situation that they wanted a third party but got pincered on themselves. Magnus have been eliminated and QWERTY will be made quick work of because SALTxi8, they've got a chicken dinner in the back. They've got that momentum in their car and they are pedal to the metal, refusing to let any team stand in their way.
Yeah, and well, at this point, it's going to be interesting because FMxR3D, well, they're just going to back off from here. But Esports, oh god. Zameen at this point, Anubis and Finisher making a run for their lives. Not really concerning though, considering the fact that they've still qualified. But we do have Avenger being taken out of picture. It's going to be Sultana who secures it, and Anubis right beside Star. Now that is something that I'm really interested and looking forward to.
This trying to be very sneaky here. Sparky, he's going to be stuck in a situation where gonna have to wait for his team to make the move, but does exactly that. They're gonna look to slam in on Star potentially here with FMxR3D in the picture as well. It could quickly turn into a massacre if Quantum Rage don't play it properly. Yeah, still just trying to move into the circle, sticking to that open ground. Fixers don't opt for the slam in, and they're going to leave themselves very vulnerable to this barrage of nades coming in from Star.
Oh yeah, and now, you know, Quantum Rage, I do not know if that decision was really wise coming in on that Rage like that. It all accumulated at that same spot. You know, it's going to be Zameen who's just going to be hovering around, and IQ, he falls down as Serious. I do not know if he's got enough time to get that rest back up, but Anubis, he knows a push is coming at his direction. Not the squad that Star really anticipated, but a free kill. They're going to take it with open arms.
Now look at this, SALTxi8, they're trying to move in on this too. As MetershotxSKY will try to finish off Quantum Rage. We've got those border fights breaking on in every regard. Then again, Quantum Rage This is why I was really suspicious of the fact that they were just standing out in the open. It's not something that could ever get them value. They get stuck in that small spot and eventually eliminated. MetershotxSKY will pick that up, get on the move as an inevitable end of Quantum Rage's hold there is Star. With Sultana getting knocked out, Emerge having to literally emerge out in the open, gets taken down to just a fraction of his health bar, but oh, did not survive. Almost.
Oh.
Almost.
Yeah, and well, for now, we've got to see as things go on. SALTxi8 continuing their dominating run over here. As for now, I mean, TMW, they find themselves surrounded by the grounders as Kurama gets that first knock. Of course, it's going to be Marlega following suit up. Oh, with a spray, almost did clutch it out. But Sensi2 coming in from the flank, making sure wipes it out. And with that, I think the dreams for TMW are finally over, right? I mean, with just 2 games in hand, even if they get 2 massive chicken dinners, I barely think it's enough for them to qualify.
No, really. That would be the dream storyline, Texas. See something like that come through. I'll have to see though, because right now you can see teams trying to force the fights to try and get center of that circle. Well, I say teams, it's more like SALTxi8, just continuously taking those fights left, right, and center. They've eliminated one team, and they've immediately set their sights on 52xRage. But right now, 52xRage have the high ground advantage, they have the compound advantage, but they don't have the SALTxi8 advantage. So we'll have to see if they can still make it happen.
Yeah. And now, you know, considering the kind of high that SALTxi8 are on, I mean, you would eventually wonder that, you know, that they won't be shying away from going in for the push, right? So that has always been their case. But for now, Crypto, he's got his eyes on freestyle. And for now, you know, this is where SALTxi8 might just be in a little bit of a situation, because they're right out in the open and surrounded, or rather, you know, so many teams passing by. It's going to be really interesting as to what is going to happen next, as Blade does get a knock on Zameen. That's completely random, that's completely elsewhere, as there you go, gets that finish on Maxi as well, as SALTxi8 still continue with their dominating speed, this time already up with 12 finishes here. And look at the zone shift.
The zone shift going towards the western side, where you've got XGeneration. XGeneration fixes in the middle of that zone in a perfect spot to, if not get a chicken dinner, at least get an amazing finish with a lot of elimination points to boot. But that's only in theory. They've got to actually make it happen. And look at this. It couldn't be better. They've got Regicide going in right to them. This fight right here could decide the winner, the last position of the grand finals. That 16th spot right here, because you got Regicide moving in aggressively into the circle. They've taken one border to themselves, XGeneration with another, but out in the borderlands you've got Clarity trying to hold down Freestyle, who is stuck in the middle of nowhere, try to get into their vehicles and get out just for them to be sat back down.
Oh yeah. And for now, I mean, Clarity, let's see what they're up to with Freestyle. Now just in a very difficult situation. And Clarity, they've got their own troubles, right? They've got to get inside the circle, and they've got to figure their way out. And for SALTxi8 Crypto, it's going to be interesting, as he's going to be firing all the bullets. But for 52xRage, we've got to see what they're up to, as they managed to get a knock on towards TmwEsports.
All the action is towards the eastern side, team scrambling to get in. Clarity stuck between TUF and FMxR3D, with 52xRage lurking in the shadows. Now 52xRage, they finish off a part of Clarity, and Freestyle and TUF combine to finish off the rest. Actually, just TUF to finish off the rest. SALTxi8, they're trying to make their move in, but all this action has got TUF stuck in a place where they can't really get into the circle with SALTxi8's first move, and they can't really capitalize on SALTxi8 either. So now, SALTxi8 in the perfect position to deny this entry for these teams. They're focused on 52xRage, and this will be an opportunity for TUF now to try and shut down SALTxi8, and it looks like they might.
Oh, they certainly can, and the one after the other. They are picking up the numbers out there. 452 X-Rage Blade realizing he's getting shot from behind as there you go, gets final finish onto it. Zen, I think there's a whole different demon spirit right now in the bodies of SALTxi8 with Blade just the last player surviving. I'm pretty sure he's not gonna have any intentions of backing off even right now.
Oh, he certainly doesn't look like it. You got the circle shifting slightly centrally, leaving Regicide caught in a bloody fight with TUF. They've got to win it right here because XGeneration, they're still alive in the circle, contesting with Team Grounders. You've got rank 15, rank 16, rank 17, all alive in the top 7 of this lobby, looking to cut each other off while maximize their chances of a great finish. And XGeneration, they're fumbling fixes. Team Grounders moving in on them for the kill while Regicide tried to deny TUF this opportunity. Regicide, they've got to make their decisions fast though, because if they stay in this stalemate with TUF for too long, the blue zone will end up being their downfall.
Oh yeah, and you know, this is where it's going to be interesting to see what goes on as now Regicide, well, Zigsaw in fact, right in front of him lies the sort of XGeneration. Both Regicide and XGeneration have survived for so long as Panda, he's gonna be lobbing that grenade out here, and Zigsaw, well, let's see what is he up to, because all he needs is one good grenade. But Regicide, they are ganging up, they are grouping up, and you know, this is where my darkest fears can come alive. If Panda or Bashir, anyone just lobs a couple of grenades at Regicide's direction, well, they're done for here.
Yeah, it's looking very difficult for Freestyle as well. Fixes TUF spraying them down. They found Black right here, and TUF actually engaging on multiple fronts, downing a player of Team Grounders in Shapatar as well. Regicide though, look at them. They're moving in for the kill. Nocto getting a little aggressive here. It would be a huge fight win if they're able to get it through. Meanwhile, SALTxi8 get eliminated, though with 17 elimination points. They're not ones that are going to be dissatisfied. Nocto stuck in this aggressive spot with both Vaz and Voltrux down. Nocto, he's going to get finished off here. And that will most likely mean that Regicide's chances in this particular match are now starting to increasingly dwindle. It's all about the placement points now. Fixes Regicide, XGeneration, both with 0 elimination points. It's all about who survives longer.
Oh yeah. And for now, I mean, at this point, XGeneration, they've done enough, but for Panda, he's going to resort to the healing battle. The Grounders now, certainly all the teams are lying around the bottom have seemed to have woken up from their senses as, you know, at this point, a few nades being lobbed here and there. TUF, the only team that is on the tippity top, now Thor, he had his eyes elsewhere. He had his eyes on Regicide, but Nocto managing to get that knock onto it. Zigsaw, another is going to follow up suit as Sensi 2 also bites the dust as Nocto is doing whatever is possible at this point. Just sitting inside the vehicle, getting the job for his team. But for how long can he really push it? That's the big question over here.
Panda is still surviving as well. I mean, I wonder how much more time he has to himself, how many more healing kits does have available. Still, it's all down to this fight between Team Grounders and Nocto. Panda sincerely hoping that Grounders are able to finish off Nocto, but so far, he's just been a thorn in their sides. But Shapatar now coming in, finds that knock on Insane. Panda's ran out of healing and will finally get eliminated at this point. That will be a sigh of relief for Regicide because they can finally peacefully die.
Oh yeah, they certainly can, as Shapatar gets the final finish, as the Grounders, Sensi 2 gets knocked down, as for now, we've got to see if TUF, they've got anything under their sleeves. Now Virus, well, he's just going to deploy a smoke. And now, I mean, the circle really favors Regicide also, nothing taken away, but it's just Voltrux surviving.
Yeah.
And the question is, all he's going to hope is for the Grounders and TUF to start fighting it out and maybe get that second position finish. Because, honestly, Regicide do not have a lot of finishes going along with them.
Yeah, and the point gap is 5 between them and XGeneration. And XGeneration, they finished 4th. So right now, Redicide, they're not going to be able to recover all of those 5 points, which is why getting a second place spot might guarantee that they get into the top 16. Now, Kurama spots the car, has an idea that there's a player most likely behind it, but knows he has to be smart about firing on that location, because the moment they tried to go for wall trucks, I thought TUF would pounce, but nope. Grounders make simple work of it, will finish off Regicide and now look to contest against TUF in this 3v4 battle. Honestly, looks quite impossible with TUF controlling the vision as well. TUF controlling the circle at this point. TUF most likely picking up the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think this pretty much looks sealed for them, as there you go, get the final finish and another one in the bag for Team TUF, who have been, sort of this time around, sort of been a little bit silent, a little bit calm, waiting for their time to come, because I believe we saw SALTxi8 absolutely dominating the entire lobby this time again. Did not finish where they intended to, but 17 finishes count a lot, and for now, I mean, they're going to be happy about it, but TUF are the ones who are going to get their hands on that extra $500 over here, as well, that's sort of been the tell-to-tell story for now.
Yeah, we really talked about this at the start of the day with respect to the fact that we're expecting teams to bounce back strong, and also teams in the top half to be able to really show their strength, show up with the statement of what we're going to be seeing in the grand finals. And in that regards, we most certainly had displays of brilliance. SALTxi8 with a dominant chicken dinner in the last match, TUF with one right here. A clear picture of which teams you're going to see contesting for that PMPL title.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, things have gotten really gritty, because these bottom tier teams have finally picked the pace up, and it's going to get all exciting, but we're going to talk about this matchup, but after this short little break.
Go!
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The Oppo F21 Pro is all out for you guys to check it out, and it's available already online. You can go visit your retail stores, and you do not want to miss out on those glorious chicken dinners you can get with this phone. But talking about this matchup, I do not know. I mean, the earlier phase was pretty cold. All these teams were focusing on their rotations. They were trying to traverse around, and now heading in into this particular final circle, things started getting heated up. It was XGeneration, it was the Grounders, it was again TUF, and it was Regicide. But there's this one thing that keeps on bugging about Regicide. They are starting to feel the heat, right?
Yeah.
They're not committing. They're not committing for fights that they could have, and as a result, ending up with good position points this game, but not really the desired finish points, which which might bug them a little bit. But for now, the MVP goes to Shapatar from the Grounders after a long time. You get to see this lad over here, 6 elimination, justifies how good the Grounders were in this game.
Yeah, 6 eliminations picked up for Shapatar, and I think Grounders with this game really will effectively deny the possibility of both of the teams catching up to them, right? They might drop one spot still from 15th to 16th, but it's quite unlikely that they go below that cutoff, lose the spot in the grand finals just yet, because despite Regicide and XGeneration being so close towards the end of the circle, neither of them picked up many elimination. I think XGeneration got 0 and Regicide got 1. So with these eliminations and the finish that the Grounders did get, they should be able to set themselves apart.
Oh yeah, I think this should be. But as we take a look at the top players over here in this particular lobby, Shapatar is going to be retaining the first spot, the second, third to Blade and Nuzim, and fourth and fifth, ZyroJ and Virus respectively. But I think this game was all about, SALTxi8 looking out for any single body that they could find and then just go after them. And then it was, I mean, they were so much engaged in combat that they literally forgot that they could be shot from other possible directions, and which really happened. But for now, I mean, well, at this point, it's all about SALTxi8 carrying forward that winning run, that proving their mettle to the entire audience and everyone who were sort of doubting on their capabilities, which was in the initial very early start. But I think, yeah, a really good respite even for the Grounders as well, because they were also the ones that were struggling a little bit. But yeah, I think 11 elimination is going to ensure that, yes, they have safely qualified for the finals. Now, I think this is from where they can start breaking free a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. And I wonder if they can continue their form in that regard while breaking free, because fortunately or unfortunately for a lot of teams, we've got grand finals coming up just tomorrow. So they're really going to have to step it up in that regard to get the form going into tomorrow and to find themselves in a good spot competing for those key high positions where the prize pool gets oh so high. But right now, looking at the match summary, we see an even distribution between Grounders and SALTxi8, and really, again, SALTxi8 coming into the picture every single game. It's really a foreboding sign for the rest of this weekend, I feel like, Fixes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, at this point, finally witnessing a few new faces does make us happy. Shapatar coming in, ZyroJ also there. But Blade and Nuzim, every single time, it's sort of become a regular occurrence for them. Every single day they're out here, someone from their squad, be it Blade, Reviews, or maybe King Crypto himself. But yeah, Shapatar making his entry, and then onwards, this is where my only focus is what the overall standings should be about, right? What is that going to be? And it's going to be exciting, but for now, the overall rankings, a little bit of a baby. The match rankings over here, as SALTxi8, 23 points is what they've collected. And this is how high you can get, right? 6 from placement points, they're getting 6 over here, but considering those 17 eliminations, 23 points right at the tippity top, and you've got to give it to SALTxi8. Where are the brakes on them? Is there anybody who's capable enough to stop them? But for XGeneration and Regicide seem to have created a 3 points difference between them and XGeneration. Surely Regicide are on their tails and they're catching up. So the next 2 games is going to be so crucial for XGeneration, because now the buck stops at them, because it's Regicide who's chasing, but not in a manner that we would have anticipated, going completely safe, right? They're steering away from any possible fights that they can take. They're making it into the final circles. In the past two games, they did. Even in the Erangel before that, they made it really far. But not having enough finishes is really not supporting that survival time that they've accrued for themselves.
Yeah, especially when your opposition team is doing the exact same thing. You've got to find a way to set yourselves differently from XGeneration. And XGeneration, they realize that as long as they're coming close to regicide in every single match, the status quo is maintained. And if the status quo is maintained, then XGeneration, they come out as the winner at the end of the day because they qualify for the grand finals. But it's starting to look increasingly dicey as we look at the rest of the day. But looking at TUF today on this third match in Erangel right here, you can see started off with their standard hospital drop right here before they took up spot in that ruins hill range area. And I think really at this point it's something that is favoring TUF to a certain extent too, the fact that the circle continues going around the area they're so comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, for TUF, like we said, right, it's a typical rotation that they implemented this time also. Drop off, get your loot done, go directly up the hills, right? That has been their go-to mantra, right? Stay on the hills as long as the circle is, and then they kind of tend to come down. And the moment they did, I think that is where they started racking up those finishes for themselves, right? But because before that there was not much happening around for TUF, which was quite different to the previous Erangel that they had, almost threw that chicken dinner out. Almost what? They literally threw it and to Magnus. And I think finally, TUF would be a little bit happy about getting that extra $500, but this is what we did not want to see XGeneration off to such a start. I mean, as we take a look at the Oppo moments, I mean, SALTxi8, they were just all over the place.
Yeah, SALTxi8 just continuously putting their hands in as many pies as they can, and it's not even like the problem where they put their hands in so many pies and they get got. Nope, they're able to get themselves out every single time with the cookies in their hands and several eliminations to boot. I think they had a 17 elimination game here. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, that is how good they've been, right? They've been all over the lobby. And considering that eastern traffic that swarmed at them, they had all the occasions to get all the finishes. Like, you could see the players absolutely playing carefree. They were just looking out for any single body that they can really spot out. And, there are those days, right? There are those days when you start feeling yourself. Every shot you tend to hit connects and gets you those crucial eliminations. So this was clearly one of those games for SALTxi8. While all these actions were just happening around, TUF, they were pretty calm, they were pretty silent, they were not paying a lot of attention to anything. But for now, Shapatar, he's just gonna get that finish onto its Nocto and eventually get that finish on Voltrux as well. So yeah, I mean, this is the point where TUF finally started stepping up until the point they get that final finish and the chicken dinner to almost go along with it, and got themselves those $500 that they were looking out for.
Yeah, a comfortable spot right there for TUF, but SALTxi8 yet again dominating in terms of the damage. A lot more closer though this time between the top two, where TUF and Grounders really went out for each other to try and make something happen. But when you go further down the charts, when you look at TMW, 0 finishes, bottom 5, I think that's the end of the story for them right here with this match. I doubt they're going to recover over 60 points or so. I think they're going to have to, within 2 matches, we're talking about 15 plus elimination chicken dinners to make that happen.
Yeah, I think at this point, SALTxi8, look at them. The graph, like you just said, right? It's just beyond. But for now, I mean, the good thing that the silver lining we can take from this particular matchup is, yes, XGeneration, Regicide, they're all picking, even the Grounders, they've all picked up those important position points. But I think now is the moment that we were all waiting for, the overall rankings here. So, of course, SALTxi8 far ahead of the competition, 540 20 points. This is absurd. You know, this should never happen. Look at the elimination numbers on them, CA. 272. Are you kidding me?
Oh, that's SALTxi8 for you. Ladies and gentlemen, just absolutely ridiculous, as you said. No team anywhere in any way close to them, with the sole exception of number of chicken dinners, which MetershotxSKY have, but that's where it ends. SALTxi8 are the kings of PMPL Pakistan, and will most likely end up being in the grand finals, though we might, big might see a difference. But the real might today fixes is on this second page. Regicide, 2 points, within 2 points of XGeneration, man.
Oh yeah, and I really have this feeling in my gut that, you know, it's gonna come down to that 1 point difference, maybe both the points tied up, because hey, see, the next game is in Sanhok, and you know, it's one of the most unexpected maps to look out for, and we really do not know what's gonna happen. Maybe that could be the icebreaker between these two teams. Maybe one of them kind of tends to perform better than the other. But for now, FMxR3D, I did not really see that coming. They've been dropped down to the 15th spot.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, still, I mean, not much to worry about, CA, because I really feel that they've made the cut. 198 points with XGeneration and Regicide almost like 30 points below them with 2 games to go. But still, you know, that's something that's something that you would not want to see, especially with a team like FMxR3D.
Yeah, we expect them to inherently be in the top half, trying to compete with the likes of SALTxi8, trying to compete with the likes of QWERTY, trying to somehow find a way to find the momentum against these top teams, but instead they're left relegated towards the bottom of the table, where, yeah, like you said, very unlikely they get in trouble, because the way today has unfolded, we are getting to see a lot more of the standard teams pick up chicken dinners, and only if XGeneration, Regicide each pick up a massive chicken dinner, then maybe they come under threat. So it's not going to happen, but we'll see. I think 2 points of difference between XGeneration and Regicide. It's one for the money, really. I have no idea where it's going to go. I'm curious where the chat thinks it's going to go, which team is going to be able to find its form, because today, I will say, Regicide has looked better than XGeneration.
Yeah, they certainly have, you know, at this point, nothing taken away from them as we head on towards Sanhok and then move on towards Erangel. So the final 2 games remaining, ladies and gentlemen, so it's going to get really, really hungry and feisty as it is going to be Sanhok. So yeah, of course, a few essentials of Sanhok: make sure you're around the center, make sure you've got good covers, and make sure you watch out for all the reptiles around you, as none of the teams that we really want to win this game are over here in the top 5 in terms of the predictions, right? In terms of how their performances have been in the past. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, but you know, again, Sanhok is a map that you know, you cannot get into the unknown, and there's this little excitement because, you know, this kind of changes everything, right? Even for SALTxi8, it makes life hell for them, because it is a match. It's a map that punishes you if you are even a little bit complacent about your surroundings. You do not you know, pay attention to that, and that happens really fast. And so yeah, of course, these teams, again, they would not care for anything in this world. They're gonna look out, search for any bodies that they can go for. But I think this is the point where we come down to having, you know, that concept of dropping at your favorite teammates' drop location, so as they say. So I think that could particularly happen. Some unwanted drop clashes happening between the teams. You know, some you know, unfinished rivalries being finished over here at the moment where it matters. We've got to see XGeneration and Regicide, ladies and gentlemen. How are they gonna withstand this challenge?
Right now, just a standard flyby coming through from the extreme north of the map, heading on towards the southwestern side, and we immediately seeing teams fan out. Now, recently we haven't seen that contest between MetershotxSKY and 52X Rage on Paradise Resort, and it looks like it is going to continue with 52X Rage opting to go towards the Mongnai Camp Bravo area, leaving Paradise Resort for MetershotxSKY. I wonder why though. they always won that interaction.
Yeah, I mean, they've sort of won, but again, taking casualties early on and all that, that kind of comes down to the fact that they are trying to steer off. So, heading off to Mongnai and then them really feeling happy about it. But this particular circle is clearly gonna favor Team Regicide of the lot, because look at how XGeneration have landed, CA. Two at Kampong, one at Camp Bravo, and the other one just beside Mongnai. And I really do not know how it works out. Oh, I completely get it now. They're going for the healing battle. We have kind of eliminated this prospect of a healing battle in a map of Sanhok, especially in a region like Pakistan. So what they're going to be focusing on here is get as many heals as possible. And well, moving ahead, let's see who has the most amount of meds here.
This is going to be really interesting. XGeneration starting to really dig deep into their playbook to try and pull off that grand final spot, and that's the way we like it. Teams giving it all they've got to try and make this happen, but right now it's not an easy proposition just yet. They'll have to be very careful with how they go about it, because the healing battle, it's kind of useless if you get caught out early, Fixes. If you end up losing a player or even a lot of your utility early, then suddenly you're caught out with not that much in terms of loot, or even if you've got loot, no hope of reconnecting with your team and pushing through as a 4-man unit.
Yeah, I mean, in Sanhok, you've always got to stick together, right? You cannot stay aloof from each other unless and until you kind of heading in for the healing battles and collecting enough meds. But for now, as I take a quick look at the map feed, any possible clashes, I think the only one that could potentially happen is really between XGeneration and Freestyle, or maybe XGeneration and 52x Rage. So I think XGeneration either ways is under severe pressure, because it's just 2 points that Regicide need to topple them over. Both these teams, in fact. So it's going to be interesting as to how this entire saga comes down.
Yeah, it's a saga that really will start heating up with this 4th match underway. We've got a southern circle to make it that much more exciting as well, centered around Painan. QWERTY have comfortably got control in that area right now, but really all eyes on the boys of XGeneration and the boys on our screen from Regicide. We'll have to see how these particular teams maneuver about this particular match. Now, XGeneration, they made a pretty clear indication, Fixes, of what they want to do. Regicide, they're in a great part of the circle, have the potential to gatekeep players coming through from the Camp Alpha Island while staying central to the circle altogether, and try and capture in the later parts of those circles those small compounds along the bridges, really. And that's where I think Regicide should be able to get themselves a good finish. Now they'll just be hoping that somehow XGeneration get caught by another team's rotations.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, of course, everyone's sort of going to be hoping that they catch each other off guard. But for MetershotxSKY, well, we've got to see as to what really happens. But for now, again, QWERTY at that's pretty much at the center. But from what I've really seen from my tryst with the circle games, I'm pretty sure it's gonna go down south, right? Somewhere where Quantum Rage are, or maybe Regicide. And this is such a good move from Regicide, securing that southern island, because you have the entire southern island submerged inside the circle, just being enclosed within under it. So it's gonna be interesting, of course, if a circle takes any other shift, barring that. But FMR3D, they're gonna move from the edges around bootcamp, not really causing trouble for any of the teams, because now, I mean, bootcamp is still either way is vacant. But yeah, FMR3D could be walking to their own deaths, because I could see the players of QWERTY around them as Quantum Rage. They're just waiting inside their compounds, waiting for QWERTY to show up.
Look at this. QWERTY, though, they're trying to still maneuver it quite simply. They've got one player on the high ground, 2 players right below, ready to make their move. 420 boy trying to be the scout for his team. But on the other hand, you've got QWERTY leaving their boot camp area to get into ruins, maybe take those smaller compounds along the shoreline and find themselves in a spot where they could spray some damage on any other team moving in from the mainland into the Camp Charlie Island. But right now, I think teams, they're just focused on getting themselves that small area of control, get themselves some shacks for themselves, and that's where no action gonna erupt just yet, but I'm looking at XGeneration's rotations fixes. You got Bashir and JD now moving along the highway, likely gonna join their teammates in Kampong. Now Freestyle is based off of right there, could try to hold them down, but hold on for a second, we've got a fight breaking out already as QWERTY spot out FMxR3D, they've already picked up 2 knocks.
Oh, they certainly have, and you know, this is what we were really concerned about, right? And now they've got that perfect opportunity to even try and push as a finisher. There's no chance that he could get to their 2 teammates because, again, you know, being a little aloof from each other, they wanted to take covers behind those trees, and even Pika knows there's no point even trying to remain secure because a finisher, either ways he comes out, he's gonna get taken down anyways. As Gravity is just gonna try and push, as Anubis wanting to make a run for his life will get caught by Gravity as the final player surviving finisher. I think his position has completely been compromised. It's just matter of seconds when Team QWERTY decide to push in tandem and finish him up.
Yeah, no, look, QWERTY, they're going to be in a position where they can make the decisive move, just get rid of FMxR3D altogether, but Finisher has a chance to live up to his name, trying to hold down this door, but QWERTY played to perfection. One player peeking to bait out the fire, the other going in to finish it off, making sure the spray doesn't land. Just like that, QWERTY, they wipe out an entire team without any losses to them, so free 4 elimination points picked up, and that's our first team out of the lobby. Now, I know we talked about how unlikely it is for FMxR3D to get threatened in their 15th spot, but given the fact that they've got 0 points in this matchup, if XGeneration or Regicide actually pick up a chicken dinner, I might find myself sweating if I was FMxR3D.
Yeah, and right now, SALTxi8 finding the players of TUF. Now this is a battle between the 2 giants over here, and even trades have been taken, right? 1 for 1 as we can see, but no, it's even better for TUF. They've managed to get 2, and this is a perfect opportunity where they can capitalize and actually go for the push, and they are doing exactly the same as Reviews. He's going to get that revive back onto its blade. The Molotov comes up. Review still holding on to his horses, eventually falls down, and so will Blade, not at the best of his HP, as TUF, one after the other, they are going to completely annihilate the entirety of SALTxi8, putting a stop onto it. Their dominating run, getting them eliminated at the 15th spots here.
Oh my god, just absolutely dominant right there. SALTxi8 removed from this lobby. Not something I was expecting to say within the first 10 minutes of our match fixes, but hey, very well done by them in that regard to make it happen. Now, got the circle closing in. We'll get to see where it does shift immediately. The consensus from the team seems to be south. They've got themselves comfortably positioned towards the southern side of Painan in all of those small compounds in between Sami, Painan and Camp Charlie. They're expecting the circle to shift there, which leaves ruins in Painan completely empty, and I'm quite curious if it does end up being more of a northern shift that even keeps that small area on Camp Alpha where MetershotxSKY are, right? So it would be very cool to see if that northern shift can force some fights early with all of those 4-5 teams around Camp Charlie trying to get in on the rotations, but we won't have to ponder much longer. It's just going to be a standard centralized shift.
Yeah, it's still going to be a really standard shift because for now, I mean, at this particular point, it's going to be really interesting to see how things work out. But for now, of course, Team Clarity, they're going to be feeling happy about where they stand. Of course, would head back towards Painan would be the ideal decision. But XGeneration, they're under heavy fire. And it's going to be a whole squad from Freestyle. Black having a perfect angle. And Bashir's projectile has been duly noted as Wasi will eventually charge in as Tyrone gets that knock onto its JD. And this is what I was talking about, the world falling down for XGeneration. That little bit of a risky spread that they took, completely firing them in the backs. And now, for 420 boy and for his teammate, what are they supposed to do, CA?
I assume they're going to play the healing battle because the way they're positioned, it looked like almost like they did a 2-2 split with trying to maximize their chances almost maybe, where 2 players in the back are trying to play healing battle, 2 players in the front are trying to get a spot in the circle. But that feels so greedy, Fixes. Like trying to optimize 2 playstyles at the same time, it's rarely going to work. So the 2 players in the front, they get picked off instantly, leaving the hopes and dreams down to 420 and Panda right here. They're just waiting for Regicide to pop up as a death on their kill feed. The moment it does, they will be able to just leave this lobby in peace, because the chicken dinner right now not happening for XGeneration.
Yeah, I think a chicken dinner definitely off the cards for now, unless and until someone, just pulls out a rabbit out of their hat. So unless and until, I don't really fancy their chances. But Regicide, it's going to be interesting as to how they're going to make their movement. Still just lurking around the edges of the circle right now, around Nakham, on towards the northeastern side of Nakham. As QWERTY, they seem to have, taken the edges of Painan, which is the right decision, because it's still yet unknown as to where the circle will shift. And I still have this little hunch that it's going to go down south somehow. But I think they've got that contingency plan going. If it kind of goes back to the hills, they still have the higher grounds intact for them. As Freestyle, they're going to be starting to make a move inside the circle, go and maybe play around Painan, but decide against it, rather just around the bridges, just camping, maybe spotting a few players out here and there. But for now, TmwEsports, I mean, it's been a fairly longer PMPL for them. Really, the first Super Weekend, did not make it. Second Super Weekend onwards, made it, could not get enough points. And the third Super Weekend was pretty much a dead rubber for them, right?
Yeah.
They had the chances, which they really did not capitalize. And it feels like, TMW were never there, right? Not even a single moment where you could, really talk about, wow, this was TMW. But yeah, it is what it is. I mean, today is the last day. We're going to get to see from them, at least in their journey inside the PMPL, as a mannequin stares at us. And I wonder, if we gaze into her eyes, are we going to be turned to stone?
We just might, if we keep gazing into her eyes. But thankfully, production's got us. They're going to show us the map instead and make us wonder where the circle will go, because the blue zone almost done closing in. 420 boy and Panda just sneaking in those last moments. They're really playing with Lady Luck in this matchup, man, hoping their stars work out. And well, that's a good sign. The circle comes very, very close to them. So clearly the stars are shining. But actually, I feel like I said that so soon, because I see 52x Rage descending on them, while on the other hand, you've got QWERTY descending on North.
Oh yeah. And for now, I mean, QWERTY at this point, well, let's see what they're up to. 5 finishes already, and having gotten 1 also from North, they're going to be happy about that. As XGeneration, oh, they are being chased. Daku, well, does have a slight idea. Someone, just frolicking around him, and certainly cannot lose out on even a single player, at least not before, where he delivers all the meds. I really want to see how many meds are they carrying, though.
Yeah.
So that's going to be interesting, because if they're carrying nothing, then all our theories are going to turn into nothing. But again, a surprise for us, a circle shift towards the eastern side this time, as JD manages to open things up with Magnus getting a knock on towards a deal.
A lot of potential now for these players to surprise us, and I'm really curious to really what XGeneration has in their bag. Have they got enough util to try and play the healing game, because they're not being forced to use any of it early. The circle keeps moving towards them. They have to make very short moves to get into the circle. So really, in terms of that, the healing battle planned so far so good for them. Get to hold on to those utilities till those key moments. But with regards to this position for other teams. Looking at TMW, they're just trying to make sure MetershotxSKY don't leave this area, and that's where, again, TMW have to play the safe, man, because we've seen them so many times around this third and fourth circle in positions where they're not decisive enough in what they want to do. They try to take the fight, they end up getting stalled out, and they're never able to win the fight or get the rotation. So it looks like this time they're actually going to focus on the rotations, which will give MetershotxSKY a moment of respite to try and get into the circle.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really interesting. Now, Quantum Rage, again, IQ. Well, we've got to see if he's going to go for it, because again, you're peeking from one window, you might get taken from somewhere else, right? Anyways, visible. It's going to be interesting, but for Regicide, of course, this now is the true test as to how they intend upon crossing, as IQ takes a few shots over there. Magnus still enjoying that little high ground they have to themselves, as slowly but surely we're going to start hitting the fourth and the fifth circle, as Ash, he's just jumping around.
Oh, no panda.
And alright. Let's see what Superman has had for lunch, because he's approached so close to God Fury. Will just get taken down.
That's a yikes right there, but God Fury, he might get caught out just here, because you've got Sultana being sprayed down by TUF. Star thought they were the ones surprising MetershotxSKY. Instead, they get peppered from their backs. TUF be like psych as they take down Star completely, and now will switch their sights to MetershotxSKY and try to wrap up both of these teams, because the circle, it's gone down south. TUF, they need to get done with this quick if they're to make a move. MetershotxSKY helping them out in that regard. Team Star have been eliminated, fixes, but now TUF have a decision to make. Do they focus on MetershotxSKY or rotations? And the answer is clear. It is the former. Mary's been knocked.
Yeah, Mary gets taken down, as SALTxi8. Well, of course, the last solo player surviving over there. We've got to see what can he pull off from around here. And TUF, let's see.
Oh well, Fatiha getting finished off by QWERTY right there. TMW in an impossible spot, because even if they win that fight against QWERTY, the team that they'd left to come through on the rotations, MetershotxSKY will come finish them off. So the if itself will not stand, though, as QWERTY make quick work of TMW. TUF are finishing off MetershotxSKY. We're getting a clear indication of which squads we're going to get to see battle out for this chicken dinner. And look at these fixes. While XGeneration, they've only got one player left. Regicide, they've got a huge compound within the circle.
Oh yeah, they indeed do, and that could be the one that that one little compound that makes them through, as the ground is, they're inside the waters and not so safe. But this could be the perfect opportunity that the Regicide were looking out for. Could get a few finishes at least, get their revenge on the grounders for the previous game, right? As Nocto has taken quite some damage, will have to get himself back to optimal HP, which he does. But how does he get inside the circle? Just waiting for his teammate to just giving out the cues to his teammate. As QWERTY, they have their eyes set at Team TMW over here.
QWERTY will have those sights turn into reward. One player already knocked. Marlega MVP not in the greatest of spots, with the circle bearing down on him as well. Still not looking to leave that spot, though. Will engage. I'm not sure if he can do a heal battle. I doubt he has enough utility, so just gonna get up and go for the upfront battle. But Gravity responds in kind. A keen headshot picked up. QWERTY will get rid of TMW Esports and now focus on their way in. But SALTxi8 being a nuisance for them, while on the other side, the team we were talking about, Regicide, are facing contention from, of all teams, Team Grounders. Regicide here trying to deny that approach, have got some help coming through from Magnus from the other side of this river.
Oh yeah, and now this is where the whole world breaks loose. As Freestyle, they find themselves at the Tiberi center. Up until the point, the circle has shifted and it's gone directly towards the western side, favoring Team Clarity, as Voltrox will get the finish onto its Sensei, but does have himself taken down by Tyrant. Now it's going to be interesting as to how Regicide really picked themselves up right now, having lost out on 2, and with the 5th circle coming in, there's no chance that they can save a teammate, or maybe they can, as Vaz is making a run for Voltrox. But I think the ideal decision right now would be collecting as many first aids as they can, rely and resort for the healing battle.
Yeah, exactly. Really, the healing battle is the priority right now for those teams. But for teams like Clarity, Freestyle, getting themselves the 2 solo compounds in the circle, they're going for that chicken dinner. But that's where they'll come under focus by several team trying to get it back. Now 52x Rage, they win the fight against the UF. Should be able to get every single member of their team back online and move into the circle. Whereas on the other hand, Team Grounders, having split their approach between Magnus and Regicide, have ended up getting the worst of both fights. Voltrox will find Kurama. Shapatar should go down soon, and that should be the end of Grounders. But fixes, you can see Magnus, they're trying to think on 2 fronts. They've got a couple of players in Momto and Adil already moved front to capture a spot in the circle. But that's a really dicey spot under the bridge.
Oh yeah, and we've got to see if they can really do it. But for now, Respect has been taken down. 420 Boy gets finished off as Amer. Well, NorthEsports, well, it's going to be interesting to see what they can pull out of this situation. And well, I mean, now it's pretty much Clarity's game to lose, right? As Amer gets knocked out. Of course, Zardari is going to be fighting. As Regicide get eliminated at the 9th spot. Have they done enough to topple XGeneration over? Yes, they have, but it's a minor margin of 2 points here.
Yeah, it's still not.
It's just 1 point, yeah.
Yeah. So it is going to come down to the final game, which is the best part. Right now, looking back to this particular matchup, you've got QWERTY trying to get rid of Healthxi. The pain in their side, still not able to make it happen. They've got to do it quick though, because you've got several teams coming in. 52x Rage, they get eliminated, but Freestyle now trying to make their move. Shut down Magnus and then become the sole team coming in from the south. Meanwhile, Clarity with the sole compound in the circle, spreading damage all throughout. But look at Mob2 with a sliver of HP, still finds a knock on one player before he goes down, but go down he will, and allow Freestyle to continue their onslaught, moving up forward. But they've come under fire from 2 teams, QWERTY and Clarity, combining to deny Freestyle even a chance.
Oh yeah, as a few more grenades just come barging in. Not really connecting NorthEsports, as Amer is just going to crawl along with his teammates. But for how long? Because eventually we know where that ends. But for now, take a look at Freestyle. Oh, so close to NorthEsports. And I'm starting to wonder if they can hear them around. But for now, Wasi under terrible fire as he's looking to get inside the circle. But no is going to be the answer. As the final 3 teams in front of us, Clarity, QWERTY and Team NorthEsports. As Maxi, the last solo survivor, not anymore.
NorthEsports eliminated in that 3rd spot, leaving us just QWERTY and Clarity. But Clarity, they've already faced some damage off of their recent battles. 420 Boy and Zibyan were knocked down. Those Zibyan's been brought back to his feet, and now Teen Wolf, the IGL, will try to get the same done for his other teammate in 420 Boy. Now again, this is a weird fight because on one hand, Clarity, they've got an advantage because of the circle they've got, but on the other hand, QWERTY, they've got that high ground advantage. They get to move in on their own tempo, their own pace, but the man advantage has been reduced with Clarity bringing back a player to his feet. Still 4v3, QWERTY with that numbers advantage trying to move in for the kill. They've got themselves into the circle. Now they'll just play on the edge of this house, and that's where this util usage from Clarity is key. Gravity barely dodging everything.
Oh yeah, and for now, I mean, at this point, 3v4, it's going to be interesting as to how Clarity deal with the situation, as Wolverine went off to a super jump, but still, you know, hasn't taken any damage for now. As QWERTY looking at the first winner chicken dinner, they've got their eyes set on that. They have the better of the circle right now. This grenade is going to do some massive amount of damage as Gravity finds 2 knocks, and 420 Boy, the last solo player surviving, will eventually also get finished off as Team QWERTY, ladies and gentlemen, out of every single team inside the PMPL in the map of Sanhok, the final map of Sanhok in our Super Weekend, have gotten their first winner chicken dinner of their Super Weekend run so far with 19 eliminations. Wow.
I'm not surprised, honestly, about the fact that they get one of the biggest elimination chicken dinners we've seen, because they are a team that, if they're going to win it, they're going to win it strong. You know, they're not the kind of team just to stay safe till the end and then try to pull one out. No, they're going to play on their own terms and find value while doing the same, and that has been the strongest part about QWERTY so far, and they're able to translate it into a $500 USD prize. And they're going to be happy. It's not, I don't even think it's about the money. I think it's just about the fact that they wanted at least one chicken dinner to finish off the Super Weekends. And in the second last match of our last day in the Super Weekend, they find one.
Oh, well, they certainly do. And yeah, it's such a happy moment for them, especially just before the finals, fine-tuning themselves to the way they really want it. But we're going to talk about QWERTY and the chicken dinner, but after this short little break.
Go!
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got an exciting day now starting to come close to an end. 4 matches done of this final day of the Super Weekend, and we've got one more to go. 1 point separating 2 teams battling for 1 slot in the top 16. That 16th slot is between XGeneration and Redside right now. I believe after this game, Redside have taken it back, but by just 1 point. They've just got to make sure they continue their form that has been today. Well, it's not like some blistering over the top, oh my god, Redside is going nuts form, but it's enough to get them ahead of XGeneration.
Well, hopefully should be, because again, the final Erangel to sort of, you know, decide the fates of these two really young teams, right? Regicide just recently formed with picking up basically an all-star crew is what they intended, and clearly did not work out. And but what really has worked out for QWERTY is this new lad they got instead of Voltrucks over there at 8 eliminations. QWERTY's Gravity, he's on fire. He is the next rising star I feel we can witness from Pakistan.
Oh really, he's been so consistent as well with that. Every single time from QWERTY, he's the one pulling off those nutty plays. He's the one really standing up when his team needs him the most, and we'll have to see if he can continue to do that with the rest of this week going into the grand finals. But for QWERTY to even pick up a chicken dinner, for Gravity to finish top of that player chart, he will be extremely happy. And look at that, top 3 from QWERTY making it in 8, 4 and 6 eliminations each. Sheesh, man, that's a dominating performance.
I mean, yeah, what do you expect when a team has 19 finishes to their name?
True.
You know? It's a competition against SALTxi8, it seems, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, brothers, you know, just watch out for us tomorrow. But talking about SALTxi8, quite an interesting fight against TUF, and this shows how well prepared TUF are, you know, if it comes down to going 4v4 against SALTxi8, and you know, still winning those fights, making all the right decisions, but a little bit of a head-to-head over here. QWERTY against Clarity, I think clearly shows how much engaging QWERTY were in every forms of combat there, right? Every possible soul they could find, they were taking them down. But for Clarity, it was a different scene altogether, right? The circle was around them most of the times. They still had the center, they had the best possible chance to win, but one grenade, one grenade by Gravity just changed it all, right? A 4v3 situation completely, flipped. And yeah, I think pretty much the match summary speaks in volumes for itself, with Gravity and the QWERTY team dominating most of it.
Yeah, exactly. And really, also, I think in that regard, showing up, Gravity, look at that, man. Highest eliminations, highest damage, and highest assists. Like, eliminations and damage, yeah, those usually go together. In our match summary, we find mostly the same player picking up the eliminations, picking up the damage, but he's also setting his team up. That's just a blistering turnout, proper MVP performance from Gravity right here, and a great sign, I think, for QWERTY, because you look at our last 3 chicken dinner winners, right? You got TUF, you got SALTxi8, now QWERTY. Those are our top 3 teams fixes, and they're starting to show us the signs that we're going to be talking about, the narratives we're going to be talking about with the rest of this week about those top teams.
Yeah, I think today is again one of those days where all these teams are just making sure they're all checked up before the main event tomorrow, right? Of course, Super Weekend for these teams is just a mere game right now. We're gonna see all of them going absolute bonkers, doing whatever on earth they would want to, and finally that team QWERTY has managed to get that chicken dinner. Well, it's going to be exciting to see what follows up next for them in the final game. But now is the right time to get XGeneration and Regicide back into the conversation, right? XGeneration, again, they took a huge gamble that completely shot back right at their face, and was not something that they had, were anticipating or had expected, right? Even better than that, all they could have done is just stick together, man, and could have survived for longer. But for Regicide, I think the lady luck did not really favor them, because every single time, again, had it been me also in Regicide's shoes, I would have also taken the certain side, considering how the circle had been. And this is one of those really rare shifts that we get to see, just go up to the mainland and then shifting directly towards the western side, just favoring Clarity out of nowhere, because even when it shifted around the eastern side of Painan, Regicide had still made it inside the circle. They were safe and sound, but the moment it shifted again away from them, that is where they were like, alright, we're done. I mean, we tried all we could do, but if the circle has such intentions, as if it was kind of destined for this for the decider to go to the final game. So I mean, yeah, we've got to again accept how the circle was really. But a look at the Oppo moments over here, as you can see, right? Gravity opening it up against FMxR3D again. And I completely agree with you, CA, because the little bit of a cushion helped FMxR3D, because their performance in this week hasn't been amazing either.
Yeah, exactly, which is why we'll be thanking their stars that we didn't see that insane performance from XGeneration and Regicide, because the way they've been performing, they should have been under the radar, but just the Super Weekend won they got a couple of top 2 finishes, a chicken dinner in there as well, I believe, and that really did help them out build that cushion early, and it tells you the strength of even one chicken dinner going forward, right? So I think for these teams now, we'll have to see how they're able to compensate, because it does seem the case that every single one of them are in somewhat of an impossible spot where there's just no way to go about what they want to do. And I'm talking about the teams at the end. But talking about impossible spot, TMW, you can see they found themselves one here in the circle and as well as in this overall league, as like you said, Fixes, they just haven't been able to find their move.
Yeah, I mean, they've sort of have not been able to find the mojo. Yeah, of course, even for FS, we were hoping for bigger things, right? Yeah. Now, I think it was just the first game of Erangel where they kind of were looking really deadly, but look at this grenade from Gravity. So well timed and so precise. He knew that, they could not be anywhere else. But eventually, he managed to knock down his own teammate, but still, look at Wolverine. He's really not happy about the fact that Gravity got so many finishes, and this is absolutely ludicrous, right? 29-63, just but I think 37 points out of that 3000 bomb, but it's all right. Had they gotten one more, it would have been a 20 bomb. But regardless, I think I'm just happy about the fact that QWERTY now have gotten their hands on $500 at least.
Yeah, simple enough right here for Team QWERTY. I think really they will just be proud of the fact that they've got the chicken dinner, because they will need those chicken dinners in the grand finals. We've been talking about how good they are to even make it to that top fight without a single chicken dinner. And yes, it is extremely admirable feat. But having said that, not having a chicken dinner is not exactly something you're going to be happy about going into the grand finals, because it's going to bite at you. It's going to nag at you. It's going to make you think, well, why couldn't we win even one? And now they don't have to wonder anymore.
Yeah, at least finally, joining with their friends who are also there inside the overall rankings as we take a look at it for one final time. I mean, we know what we're really interested in. There's this mid-range, the mid-tier battle still going on. The race for the top 3, 52x Rage had made their way in, but Team QWERTY, pertaining to that amazing chicken dinner, now they have taken the third spot to themselves and have a 1 under that chicken dinner list, with SALTxi8 completely just ruling the charts in terms of points, finishes, positions. Clearly the best team in the PMPL Pakistan right now, undoubtedly. The league winners is what we can call them right now, but for the finals it's going to be interesting, because anything can possibly happen in the next 18 games that we have, but nothing much to talk about these teams up here, right? They've all been playing their normal game. Quantum Rage, however, I think CA and MetershotxSKY, they've been a little bit under the weather, don't you think?
Yeah, 100% fixes. They've really haven't looked the best version of themselves whatsoever, but maybe we get to see them bounce back in the final week. We'll have to see. Quantum Rage, though honestly I'd say, has continuously been that way. But that 16th, 17th fight now coming into light, you can see a 3-point gain for Regicide has got them 1 point ahead of XGeneration. Now, we do have to remember, for XGeneration now, they are playing catch-up completely. A tie is not enough. If they get the same amount of points as Regicide, the chicken dinner that Regicide have will get them the tiebreaker win and the final spot. So far, we've had 4 matches fixes. XGeneration have not managed to outrank or outpoint Regicide even. So we'll have to see, can the 5th one be the charm? It's scary, man.
It is indeed. And, again, there's no chance on earth that the Grounders don't make it, or FMxR3D. It's someone between Regicide and XGeneration, right? The one who has the best game, and I'm pretty sure a lot of teams are aware. Now, this is where, if you've got any personal vendetta, some sort of a vindication, this is the right time, to settle the scores. And hey, as long as it's fair, we like it. We like to see that little bit of an added masala into the whole mix, because such a nice thing for this community to wake up tomorrow. You landed at them. You are the ones who targeted them. I do not know how to forgive you. But yeah, I think that's something that we all would love to see and enjoy. But right now, for XGeneration and Regicide, should not be the case. They have their hands shivering. They're one of the most important tournaments of their lives over here, and they're kind of struggling. Now, XGeneration is, of course, an old name. We have seen them. They made it as far as the PMPL, the biggest achievement. But from here onwards, the question arises how far they can go. And it's not a lot of points here. Just 1.
Yeah,
just 1.
exactly.
And might as well, settle it the gentleman's way, right? Decide a mutual drop. Just drop over there. Go for V4. Yeah, Puchinki.
It's completely open.
Can the players hear us out? Can the production help us in imparting this message? Now, that would be so fair, right? Drop out at Puchinki. Ask Magnus to stay away and do not meddle in, and fight it out, man to man in the center of the hearts of Erangel. And what an iconic, what a storyline it would be, for 2 teams just dropping off and fighting it out. Yeah, I mean, I would love to see that.
It would be amazing, honestly, to witness It would be honestly a little anticlimactic considering the way we've seen the entire matchup go. But it would be the nice kind of anticlimactic. You're like, oh, okay, I'm actually genuinely pleasantly surprised for once. And I would love to see it happen. I think, like you said, the only way other teams will also be allowed to intervene is they can come with their cars and sit in the surroundings and witness it, you know. But till one team is not done and dusted, nobody can intervene. But I feel like at this point, we're just talking about dreams. It's quite unlikely that we actually see these teams doing that, where honestly probably going to end up seeing much more of the heal battle oriented strategy come out from both of the teams. They're sure to be in a panicky state, and I'm just worried they lose their natural gameplay in that panicky state, because it has looked like that for XGeneration so far.
Yeah, and same with Regicide also. Can't really rule them out, because honestly, it's not just them. Regicide haven't also been playing in their natural habitat either. So clearly, again, the final game, Erangel, the one to decide who are the top 16 teams going to qualify. Is it going to be XGeneration? Is it going to be Regicide? Because, well, for TMW, I mean, at this point, you know, TMW pretty much know, right? There's nothing in for them. Even if they win this game, still does not change how the results really pan out. So, yeah, I mean, it would be really interesting as we take a look at the map chance for one last time. SALTxi8, one of the most dominating teams, still on Tibet top over here, along with TUF. Now, teams like SALTxi8, teams like TUF, they have to keep on doing what they did today, even tomorrow, right? It's just not, you know, for the super weekends. You've got to shine when it matters the most, because that is when we will get our few teams, a few chosen ones who go on and, you know, play at the biggest stage of them all. I mean, of course, announcements are due. You will get to know what is going to happen, what's next, because yeah, tomorrow is the day we kind of say it all. But yeah, I think now's the time we have to pretty much step in. But before that, a little bit of a statistical comparison, where you could clearly see that XGeneration have been the better teams by margins, but it is again Regicide who just have that little bit of a slight edge in terms of that point. Just one, that's it.
Yeah, slight edge most definitely, but look at that in terms of the eliminations and knocks. You can see XGeneration, they're a much more aggressive team, while Regicide, one whole minute almost in terms of average survival. When you add that up across many maps, you get a lot more placement points, and that has been the story today till Sanhok, where Sanhok XGenerations completely abandoned their aggressive nature. They went ultra defensive, and it did end up being the case where it did hurt them even to a certain extent. I feel like maybe even, imagine if they're even a little aggressive, took some fights, all they needed was 1 or 2 eliminations, and it would either be even, putting them in a better spot, or they would even be ahead. Because for Regicide, that strategy, yes, it's working out. They're staying alive till the last moment, but at what cost? Because they don't actually get the top 3, top 5 finish of that sort, and they don't get any eliminations on the way either.
Yeah, you know, that is what is the biggest issue right now for Regicide, right? Now, with the kind of players that they have, you've got Voltrox, you've got Insane, Vaz, Nocto, all these lads out here. You sort of are supposed to expect to kind of outperform, right? You've got that oomph, you've got that, you know, finish potential to get all these eliminations. But yeah, for one last time for the Super Weekend, at least we had the players right in front of us, as the Big Bird is going to be in the skies. And all you chat out there, please let us know, who do you think is gonna make the cut? Is it gonna be Regicide, or is it gonna be XGeneration? Let us know, as this flight path trajectory, I think does clearly favor XGeneration, as they kind of head off towards Georgia Pole, so not a lot of traveling to be done. And even for, oh yeah, it gets clearly messed up for Regicide, because they kind of tend to go towards farm and Milta, and now they've got to find vehicles.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, so that's one of the biggest concerns. But I don't see XGeneration going towards the northwestern Georgia pass here.
It's almost like a flippity flip, as Regicide looks like they might go towards Pachinki. No, scratch that. It's Gatka instead for Regicide contesting Magnus. Okay, hold on, Regicide, what is this?
I have no clue. I have no
They're gonna
freaking
catch
clue.
Magnus out. If they've been paying attention
Oh.
and they know that Cairo is going Pochinki solo every single time, they can catch Magnus out and just wipe them early, and look at the circle too, the center part of the circle for themselves. This is either GGWP for Regicide or GGWP for Regicide, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I completely do, but insane! Oh, he's managed to pull it off with an M16. And this is one of the weapons that a lot disregard in close to mid-range. But I love this. If you know how to use it, all you need is just 2 bursts. And that is it. As Insane, he's going to make a run for his life. Because this time, Adil comes equipped with a whole AKM and a level 3 helmet on top of that. But now finally some little cover fire coming in from his teammates as he's still, fighting the battle of his life. As Insane, he needs to patch himself up, get himself to optimal HP. But the same cannot be said for Adil, as he clearly does not have any meds. And this could be the moment that Regicide were looking for. They need to capitalize, as Nocto is going to for sure chime in. But no, Adil finds Nocto right out of the open. He's going to get this finish secured for himself.
Oh my god.
Or maybe not.
Oh, still no! Adil, he's gonna finish off Nocto, leaving Insane stranded right here. Vaz is not even close. Insane, he's got to just pull this off.
Aye. Regicide, I do not know what the callouts are going to be. How are they going to rescue Insane?
Looks like they will. Vaz is coming in. They want to finish off Magnus now. Look, Regicide, they've already got 1 elimination points. If they can get Adil and potentially even Respect here, because Respect is trying to come through, this could be huge for Regicide, but they can't waste any more time. They've got to push in on Adil right here, right now. And man, we've wanted to see drop contestations for so long across these 3 weeks. I can't believe we're finally getting it in the last high stakes match of this Super Weekend.
Yeah, and for one good news for Regicide is this still, they've managed to secure 1 finish point, and they've decided to part ways. They do not want a piece of any action, as Voltrox will provide that quintessential cover fire, ensuring that at least they live to fight yet another day for now. As Regicide, it's going to be such a huge blow to how they really want to approach this game, right? Because they've wasted so much time, which they could have used for maybe getting to their drop spot and looting. So now going towards Farmer Milta is really out of question, really out of picture, because you already have teams like MetershotxSKY and SALTxi8 around that area, and I think they have no intentions of leaving it unlooted, right? So I think we're gonna see them looting that. So Regicide will have to find their own loot, have taken over Magnus, and Magnus in a little bit of a dicey situation, but really what Nocto did over there, I really feel was quite unnecessary. Of course, he had noble intentions. He wanted to save his teammates here, but not like that, right? Just coming out right in the open without no care in the world. As Zardari, the car flips, but has Blade flipped out of his mind yet? That's the question, because SALTxi8, all they need is just that one trigger and they go boom. But I believe Zardari spotting out Blade, and Blade certainly making a run for his life because he's getting surrounded over here.
Oh my god, the action just won't stop. We had 1 drop contest, domino into so much more, as you've got Freestyle, Salt and MetershotxSKY in this spot. Freestyle moving in on SALTxi8. They finish off Blade, but they made a ton of noise. This is sure to attract MetershotxSKY.
But the question is, are they really gonna meddle in SALTxi8's and FS's noses? Because that's the last thing you would want to do. 2 of the very aggressive teams, and MetershotxSKY, that's really not them, let's be honest, because MetershotxSKY is one of those teams that loves to capitalize on the weakness. If the situation would have been as such as 2 players individually of both the teams have been knocked out, and then is where I could have believed in the fact that maybe they're gonna go for it. But XGeneration, I think, heading off to its 4v TFD's drop location, pertaining to the fact that they're not with us in this Super Weekend, so yeah, they're gonna be taking that route. But SALTxi8, they're gonna make their movement in also, as Regicide trying to hunker down or focus on the center of the circle, but I'm starting to wonder if they've got enough loot on them.
Definitely not looking too great. But right now, you can see XGeneration on the other hand went to Milta Power completely. Eastern Edge. Late rotation seems to be the plan. I hope they're not going to go for another healing battle. Doesn't look like they are, to be fair. But we'll have to see whether that late rotation plan does work out, because it's going to put them in a lot of trouble moving in as compared to Regicide, who went for that drop contest, got one elimination, though did lose one player, were able to still get away now at the center part of the circle around Godka in a comfortable spot. It's not a spot that they will most likely find action anytime soon unless I've just cast a curse though.
It's going to be interesting though, right? We've got to see as to how they play it around. But for now, SALTxi8, well, we've got to see if they're up to anything this time, because, you know, they're kind of playing it a little bit slow, a little bit safe. But for Regicide, you could see, you know, again split up from their crew. Wartrox a little bit away from his back was an insane. Together though, XGeneration, it's going to be interesting because now they have started looting it.
Oh no, Emerge. Spraying it down, putting the damage onto Sirius. But it's IQ who turns it around, catches God Fury, and suddenly Star are the ones, despite engaging the fight, in trouble. IQ single-handedly holding them down. He's going to look to finish off God Fury. Not landing the shots now. Quantum Rage, they're quite separated. Should be an opportunity for Star just to force down one player and try to get the win, but they don't go for the push just yet. But on the other hand, Regicide, they found respect all alone. They will be able to finish off the eliminations. That's now 3 points away from XGeneration. The pressure on XGeneration increasing that much more with every single point Regicide picks up.
Oh, look at that, you know, Quantum Rage finally stepping it up again, one of those teams that we know is capable of doing a lot more with IQ just landing those grenades at Emerge's direction, and will eventually find that knock, as now Quantum Rage will have their eye set on Osama as he tries to make an exit for his dear life, and he is also gonna get bombarded, gonna get knocked over, as now it's gonna be Sultana, the lonesome survivor for his team, and could really go greedy, could go really hungry. Serious will try to take him down. Let's see what can happen over here. There you have it, Serious, no issues whatsoever. An easy wipe for Quantum Rage.
Yeah, simple enough for Quantum Rage right there, and they're gonna potentially turn their eyes on XGeneration, but XGeneration have an opportunity. I feel like they should take this fight against Quantum Rage right here, right now, because Quantum Rage, they just finished taking a fight. They're still trying to recover from it, but instead, talking about fights, we see one breaking out between Freestyle and QWERTY, with QWERTY just having members dropping like flies. Wolverine's been knocked and finished. Khan is knocked right now, while Destroyer is trying to hold it down. Has a car swinging by at him, with Vasi using that distraction to perfection. Zardari will finish off Khan, while Destroyer gets knocked, leaving Gravity with all the responsibility in the world.
Yeah, and for now, of course, Freestyle, with the kind of performance that they have today, it's going to be interesting to see as to what they're going to perform and how, rather, because MetershotxSKY, well, let's see what they're really up to, making it inside the circle. And FMxR3D, well, right at the center, so many teams just ganging up, and the grounders just will be lobbing that grenade, and is that a smoke or a grenade? Why would they do that? Like that?
Oh, it's very weird indeed. It has revealed the location of FMxR3D. Look at Shapatar, man. He's just full on W. Looking for a way to try to shut down FMxR3D, but he's gonna get punished. That's okay, I get it. Last game, they don't really care, but Shapatar? Question mark, question mark.
Yeah, a little bit of a situation there, and yeah, Kurama, he's got a push on towards him, and for now, we've got to see as to what is really going to happen over here as he gets knocked, but gets traded off as FMxR3D somehow managed to keep themselves alive. Zigsaw, the last solo surviving player, gets knocked out and will get finished off. As now the grounders. Oh, there you go.
Grounders have been eliminated, Fixes, leaving us with just 15 teams left in the lobby. Grounders and Star exiting off, though they will be safe. We're talking about being safe. XGeneration right now. I'm looking at the map, Fixes, and they're coming in from the north, and they've got TMW right below them. Now, no shade towards TMW, but if Lady Luck were ever to throw some free elimination points XGeneration's way, this is their best shot at it.
Oh, it certainly is. Alright, XGeneration. They somehow have made it inside the circle. But for now, Freestyle should not really be concerned about them. Because XGeneration, they're rotating from the Tibidi top. And now, let's see what can they pull off. But we do have a little bit of a kerfuffle with Quantum Rage going up against Zardari. And Freestyle, I mean, this is a point where they can really focus on their, finishes. At the very least. Let's see what happens.
We'll have to see indeed. As teams are now starting to really push through with the circle shifting in the southeastern direction. You got SALTxi8 just now coming in from the Sosnovka Island. Will comfortably take spot in the southern side, where you got Freestyle, Quantum Rage, all of these teams coming in from the northeastern into the hands of MetershotxSKY potentially. But XGeneration, they actually didn't engage with TMW at all. They instead opt to go full on the rotation. Might get caught out by TUF. Now none of this, it's gonna unfold. Not just yet. All of this is going to come into play once these teams get into the circle and once that blue zone starts moving in, because the way it seems to be going, the way Regicide are still around that Gatka area, they're going to be under a lot of pressure with several teams trying to take them down just for their position.
Yeah, I think at this point, particularly, the way Freestyle have been playing, it's going to be exciting to see what really happens. Now again, just continuing the press on Sirius, trying to get the knock, but no. Again, Tyrant in black, the two solo survivors. Again, Sirius, JD, Sparky, and IQ. 4 of the players split out. Let's see what they're capable of. As Freestyle, they're sort of trying to get inside the circle over here. But yeah, I mean, nothing much happening around as Voltrox has got people around but has no intention of fights. But yeah, if you take a look at what utilities he really has is just 2 first aids, and I do not know how many ammunitions does he really possess at this particular moment. But clarity, they got really close to Regicide, but Voltrox getting his DP on. But still, just steering away from fight as much as possible. Having all these 3 players reunite at that one particular direction is something that they could really use right now.
Spray coming in from Snow, trying to shut down 52x Rage. On the other hand, you've got on the western side, XGeneration just barely sneaking in to the circle. It's been a long rotation for them. They've even lost 1 player in JD69, so not working out perfectly for them yet. But I'm sure they're all thinking about the grand finals. I'm sure they're all thinking about the redemption they could achieve if they made it there. I'm thinking about the fact that for 4 games today, they were in the 16th spot. In this final game, Regicide has displaced them from that 4th. Will XGeneration be able to pull it back? Last minute fixes seems unlikely, especially with the circle going away from them.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's going to be really interesting because this little circle over here, again, for Regicide, they're kind of on the edges, but XGeneration, they've got to get themselves inside the zone, and there's a high possible chance that I think they might meet each other and settle the scores, right? With XGeneration right at their backlines. The moment they try to enter inside, that is where we could really see that fight that we're all waiting for. But oh, Crypto with that AWM. Oh, no, nothing. No damage. It's just an AWM. There you go.
Yeah, Crypto just having a good time. He's trying out all the different weapons and all. I wasn't expecting Crypto with AWM, to be honest, but hey, why not? He's gonna pick them off like it's very easy. We're talking about picking them off. TUF in a bit of a hot switch situation here as Edgar gets picked off. You can see Northeast was moving in for the kill, but Virus doesn't give a damn, and he's like, I want the 52x rage wipes. Then maybe I'll help my team.
Oh yeah, I mean that's gonna be really interesting as to how he's gonna deal with situations at the very least. As well, I mean at this point we've got to see what really happens. Oh, there you go, Virus just getting finished off as Freestyle. I mean Wasi, Tyrant, Black, they're all alive, and for now just playing around the edges. XGeneration get wiped out. Bashir goes falling down, and it is the end of the road for XGeneration. And Regicide now they can breathe that huge sigh of relief, CA, as they are the final team to qualify into the finals.
Yeah, XGeneration is out, and we've got the result, ladies and gentlemen. Regicide will be making it into the grand finals, and boy, has it been a close fight. So I'd like to give props to both of the teams, but hold on, the match is not done just yet, so we'll have to see who grabs the final 500 USD prize, who grabs that final winner chicken dinner from this last match in the day 3 of Super Weekend 3. TMW definitely don't have a chance of qualifying, but hey, maybe they can end it off on a strong note and get the 500 USD. But in front of them, they've got a Titan in QWERTY standing. If they find this fight, maybe I'll believe in a chicken dinner.
Oh, I think maybe I will. Maybe it is there coming in. TMW, of course, we would love to see them at least, get those extra $500 before they call it quits. Of course, there's going to be another time, but now going up against one of the most ruthless teams in the lobby. You're going up against TMW, against Team QWERTY over there, as Harry eventually gets a knock onto its Drolin. With Zibyan following up suit, would want to get closer to where he is right now. Get that rest back up. As Harry, he's going to cook that grenade and will be bouncing it at his direction. Does not connect here. Oh, eventually does.
So close though right now as Zibyan holding on to a ridge, trying to escape. Should be able to do so, but the spray comes in. Actually, the backup is there from Teen Wolf, and with that spray, he finds Harry now. QWERTY in a numbers disadvantage, but they don't care. They know they smelled blood in the water. They know all of TMW stuck in a small location. They're going for the continuous utility barrage to deny the revive, but so far none of it has landed. TMW will be able to get their fallen comrade back to his feet and put back the pressure on QWERTY. Find both Teen Wolf and Zibyan right here, leaving them with no option. I doubt 420 boy is going to come through, try to find a revive.
Oh yeah, even I have my similar concerns with 420 boy, but for now, again, we've got to see as to how long can he really keep himself alive, because Freestyle surely have done a good job at that. Have lost out on Blade is the squad of SALTxi8, who now have their eyes set on Freestyle. We've got to see if they can finally just build up the coffin for them. But Regicide, now finally we're gonna see some freedom from their side. Few knocks coming out there, 4 finishes already, and Regicide, all the players happy and quite a sigh of relief. But yeah, I think the job is just not done over here. They've got to sleep the night and come back tomorrow and ensure that they have a promising performance. As Uzum, one after the other, he's just gonna wipe out the players of Freestyle, as even Crypto from the black lines with his AWM helping him out. Spoke too soon.
Oh yeah, exactly. I thought it might work out too, but nope. In third, you got Uzum trying to hold on in this sort of a 1v2 fight. Pravasi is knocked, so a bit more of a 1v1. Crypto, he's in the background. Uzum is able to pull this off, which he is. Will get free sal wipe, should be able to heal himself and revive Crypto, because Crypto is within the circle and they aren't really facing the pressure, because every other team in the circle is focused towards the northern side, where teams now trying to move in to the circle. You've got 52x Rage shutting down one team, while MetershotxSKY turned down the pressure on 52x Rage. Look at Red side though, still managing to sneak in towards the northern half. Someone tell them that they've qualified for the top 16, they can free themselves up, be a little more aggressive.
Oh, they certainly can. And for now, we've got to see as how far can these players go, right? FMxR3D, let's see if the boys can do anything around here. As Faster gets eliminated to the circle, the third with just 3 finishes, 52x Rage have bowed out, but MetershotxSKY, they're still alive. They're just playing with 3 players, and I realized that just now with Voltrox finally stepping up, getting a knock over there. But can he get the finish? That's a big question. But more importantly, I mean, this is what you would expect out of a in-form Regicide, right? We know what they're capable of. It was just the pressure that they were feeling. Now, since it has been kind of eased off a little on their shoulders, now they're starting to show their true colors. But this chicken dinner completely looks to be favoring the players of MetershotxSKY, right? Just being the only team inside the zone, but susceptible to attack from the western front.
Even the southern front for that matter, with SALTxi8 moving in now. I know it's just a 2-man squad. Any other team, I wouldn't really consider that 2-man squad scary, but it's SALTxi8, man. And Crypto is alive. So that 2-man squad can be quite deadly, but still all of our focus on the northern side as MetershotxSKY try to deny Magnus the entrance, but Erangel pops out of nowhere for Healtxi. Not only does he take him down, but he finds 2 and eliminates MetershotxSKY. Erangel again coming up as a clutch player, because if you go back to their first chicken dinner, he was the one who found the initial knock against TUF in that last fight to get them that chicken dinner. So Erangel really turning up today.
Oh yeah, he indeed has. And right now, I mean, we've got to see if Erangel, how long can he really survive? How long can he keep himself in pieces? As MetershotxSKY, Zameen, Snow, Amer, and Maxi, with the 4 players just scattered around different directions. Now, it is, of course, their game to lose, but they've got to pick up their fights really carefully, as Amer has done, and so has Snow, ensuring that 1 elimination out of Regicide. Crypto, however, is going to take a dig at Voltrox. Maybe has spotted him out. Or maybe not. Losing track of where Voltrox is. Will still fire. But it's going to be Uzum who finds that last bullet, ensuring that knock as Regicide now reduced to just a 1-man squad. Oh, 420 boy stealing it all along.
420 boy now suddenly coming into the picture. He's got this tiny hole he's making out of. This is picture perfect, man, but it's only perfect till MetershotxSKY let him live in their attic. 420 boy, he says, not for much longer, tries to shut down MetershotxSKY, just gets insta slapped in his face with a headshot coming in through from Snow. Now we've got North and SALTxi8 as our final 2 teams. North with a clear man advantage for SALTxi8 with the circle in their favor and Crypto in their pocket, trying to push through the damage. They've got the haystacks for themselves to create the covers, forcing MetershotxSKY to come out from their compounds into the open. I think it's a simple decision here for MetershotxSKY. They know there's 6 members alive, 4 of them are them. Just go for the slam in, force the trades.
Oh yeah, I think that's the ideal solution. That's what they're supposed to do. At this point, you know, Snow, ideally you would want him to just run his buggy around, maybe find one, bait someone out of SALTxi8 and get the job done, right? MetershotxSKY can smell the money, can smell that fried chicken that they're going to enjoy after taking down Uzum and Crypto around here, as this is a really good, interesting spread. But what's really not working out for MetershotxSKY is that little circle shift, right? It's favoring SALTxi8. So if the players of SALTxi8 are pretty precise on their picks, if they can get at least a knock or a 2, I think the scales might just tip on the other side.
Exactly that, but Crypto under a lot of pressure from multiple angles still though. Ozum comes through for the backup forces. One player off of Crypto, allowing him to get up and take the fight onto Snow. Crypto will find the first knock, and these two SALTxi8 players, they're combining to be oh so deadly. Crypto able to secure the finish, now reducing the man advantage to just one player. And honestly, it feels like none, because the means down quite low. SALTxi8, they're inching ever so further, and they're challenging MetershotxSKY to these fights. In the final match of this Super Weekend, SALTxi8, they want to stamp a statement that they are the kings, and come grand finals, they will look to remain the same. If they get the chicken dinner here, there's no denying that statement.
Oh yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see if they can come out on top, and they are looking very close on getting it. Again, if they win it, yeah, we'll be really happy. But at this point, you know, a part of us would love to see a different winner.
Yeah.
Because SALTxi8, hey, they've been dominating. They've had or even dominated majority of the lobby, but Maxi's grenade is just the opening that MetershotxSKY needed at this point. But Uzum did want to take down Zameen over there, but quite did not succeed, as MetershotxSKY have very well established, or rather taken the final chicken dinner of our Super Weekend, with 10 elimination points will propel themselves up to the 10th spot. And what a well-earned chicken dinner, to be honest, right? Especially how they rotated, but this matchup was all about CA finding out who would have qualified, which we eventually did a little too early for our interest, because XGeneration getting wiped out again to SALTxi8 over there. So Regicide, then we saw them, you know, finally opening up out their wings, and MetershotxSKY holding to this compound. Their zone prediction absolutely paying off, and getting the chicken dinner along with the $500.
Yeah, brilliant done by MetershotxSKY in that regard. But like you said, it was all about top 16 for this weekend coming up. And Regicide, they started this day off not in it, but they've made their way back and will be going towards the finals. We'll see if we get to see the same level of scrappy performances for them, or we get to see them elevate themselves almost, because they've reached like bottom all throughout this fight back. They haven't looked at their very best, and at this point it has to just be upward as long as they have a positive mentality.
Yeah, I think they would, of course, this would you know, give them a peaceful sleep for starters. But at the same time, you know, I do not know if they can really sleep, because again, now with this chicken dinner, they're gonna start dreaming big. But we're gonna talk about that a little bit later after this short break.
Go!
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, this was the final game of this Super Weekend. Of course, with that, we wrap up the entire saga, the long journey of these three really grueling weekends that we've had for you guys. But more action for you tomorrow. But before that, we have to talk about the MVP of this game. We do have Foreni Boy from Clarity. I mean, it was quite an eventful run for Clarity in this particular game. Quite survived long enough. And did all he could possibly to, you know, keep his squad in contention over here. But yeah, I think has been a very consistent player with the way he's been performing. Nothing more we can really say that he needs to improve or work upon. It's more about Team Clarity picking pieces up as a team together, which if they do, they're going to stay in top 3. Otherwise, you know, chances are a little slim.
Yeah, it's looking a little difficult for Clarity, most definitely, because while we've seen huge levels of form in league stage. That level of form hasn't come through in any Super Weekend yet. It has shown in 1 or 2 games, but not in the entire Super Weekend. So I think that's what they're going to look to correct. But hey, we know Clarity can be really freaking good, so I'm sure they'll look to bounce back strong. But they've got some strict competition, man. They've got TUF to worry about. They've got QWERTY to worry about. Potentially, underdog teams really fighting for the top are teams like MetershotxSKY, Quantum Rage. You've got 52x Rage now looking a little stronger. All of these teams trying to push back. And Clarity, they have to navigate their way through all of this to find themselves in a good spot going into this rest of the week.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they would certainly love to do that. Clarity, they have the potential. They have the players with which they can really deliver. I mean, especially with Drolin coming into the fray. I'm loving how this lad has been playing, really.
Yeah.
And they kind of did rely on 420 boy a little too much. I really feel if they can avoid doing that, the other players also sort of pick up the pace. You've got Zibian also displaying that really consistent performance. If he can also manage to do that, so that could be a whole different story for Clarity, right? I think they might find themselves in the picture. But Zameen, as he loves to say, the North resembles Jon Snow, as if he's their descendant. But doesn't he, right? I mean,
they even
just
have
imagine.
a player called Snow on their team.
Yes, and look at Zameen. Just remove the spectacles out of him, and take him back to the golden era. And clearly you could see Jon Snow with us. But yes, of course, North Esports 25 points, very well earned winner chicken dinner along with 10 eliminations. And moving onwards, we've got SALTxi8 Regicide Team Clarity. As the big story, the big news is of course that Team Regicide have found themselves in with 15 points in this final game. I think this is the kind of performance that they need to pull off every single game here onwards, because from tomorrow we're going to start off with a clean slate, right? It's going to be back to square zero. Even SALTxi8 will have to start off from the bare minimum. There's no extra advantage for them. So yeah, tomorrow is going to be completely a whole different storyline for which I'm really excited about.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely lovely fixes. We're going to get to see which teams have really prepped differently. We saw Regicide, go for that different jump. I'm really curious why still. I wonder if it was to avoid XGeneration, because we have seen XGeneration sometimes go for the quarry drop, not contest Regicide, but could easily turn that into contesting Regicide. Or if it was just like, hey, we think Magnus is weak early. Let's hit them, guys. And if it was that, it sets up a bit of a rivalry, because I'm sure Magnus will be wondering, how dare they come to us, and maybe they go over to Milta next time and be like, surprise.
And even adding on to that, right? Tomorrow we've got so much coming up, right? We do finally get our top 16 teams. I think we're gonna have a few of our teams also coming back this time around, right? Because we sort of missed out on a couple, and I think it was, if I'm not wrong, 4v So we get to see a lot out of Ash. We also get to see the players of H2E. So Pochinki is not going to be filled up anymore. But taking a look at North Esports rotation inside the circle, pretty standard one, nothing out of ordinary. They were holding on to the edges for the whole while, and this little shift, where their hunch just worked, could be the center, really became the center, and all they had to do is hold on to their dear lives, which they did, and ended up winning the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and really did feel like in this case, for the side of North Esports, again, quite a simple rotation, really. And something we're getting to see a lot more as we've witnessed the evolution of many teams across these 3 weeks. We've seen them grow, evolve, and become a much better team. And I like to applaud specifically North in that regard. A team that missed Super Weekend 1. Honestly, when you look back to all of the teams that missed the Super Weekends, I feel like North is the best prospect of them all coming into the finals week, because they actually look like they can challenge the teams in the top if they're able to find consistency.
Yeah, I think they certainly can, right? North
Yeah.
Esports is again one of those teams that had always got it within them. If you talk about North Esports earlier on, right? In the first week, they kind of missed out. It was such a huge blow to them, and you've got to understand the fact that there is such a new team. As we take a look at the Oppo moments, of course, we're gonna keep on talking about North Esports. Another thing that in the second Super Weekend, they did manage to qualify CA. But we noticed something different. They were way too aggressive, man. They did not care about chickens. All they were focusing on was getting as many eliminations as possible. So yeah, that was there. But again, if you can talk about this week's performance, I think you would notice they have been focusing a lot on getting good position points and not a lot of finishes, right? So two different varying contrasts we get to see from their side this time around. So clearly, again, a team that we would love to love to see achieve glory tomorrow. But yeah, anything could possibly happen.
100%. And that anything is what we're all going to want to see. But when you look at this final match that we had of Erangel in the Super Weekend, and you look at how teams really fared, I'm expecting SALTxi8 again to be on top of there because they were continuously taking their fights. And again, our expectation that North Esports will be very, very close. But in that regard, Fixes, I'm just curious to see when teams start going to Sosnovka, because if you are to contest SALTxi8 early, you got to do it on day 1. I don't think it's a risk worth taking on day 2 or 3 when they've probably already built their lead. If you want to anger the beast, do it nice and early, while you might force them into making a few mistakes because of it.
Yeah, I mean, right now, SALTxi8 is again one of those teams that, again, so many teams would be looking out for, right, during the finals. And how do you tackle them? Just set up a good bridge camp, right?
Yeah.
Be vindictive enough that you do not care about winning, rather just take down SALTxi8. I think that's the only way you could create problems for them. But yeah, I think, again, SALTxi8 is another of those teams that really comes out with solutions. It's not the first time they have faced these dire circumstances, if it happens at all. But a lot of teams have also realized that there's no benefit in them really going in and engaging against SALTxi8, because even if they fall, they cannot take at least 2 or 3 with you, right? So there's no point in fighting with them early on. So again, teams will have to find their own ways of how to deal with SALTxi8, or it is going to be their domination going all along. But this damage graph shows really good signs of promises. QWERTY, SALTxi8, Regicide, North Esports, all these teams really picking up the pace. Freestyle. Again, Freestyle has been one of those teams that gets so much damage done. They find themselves amid so many fights, but in terms of positions, is somewhere they kind of miss out here.
Yeah, and talking about missing out, right, XGeneration, it was going to be the game of a lifetime for them if they pulled it off, but bottom 4, 0 damage done, 0 eliminations. It feels like they didn't even get to play the game of their life, and it's going to be one they remember. Still, I'd give them props for even making it to the PMPL so far. Well done by them in that regard, but it is going to hurt that they weren't able to do something, anything really, in that final match, that they did honestly end up succumbing to that pressure. It felt like XGeneration, we know them to be an aggressive team. They like taking those initial fights, but we saw them go for a heal battle, which didn't work out in match 4. Then a late rotation in match 5, just not their style whatsoever, and falling prey to that pressure and giving in to the panicky tendencies.
Yeah, I mean, these teams kind of tend to, have those nervy hands a little, right? And tomorrow, again, you've got to understand that it's a fresh new start. You've got to hit it right at the bank. It cannot just be the way we started with the first Super Weekend, right? You cannot just talk about going aggressive. You've got to play a little bit safe. You've got to play a little bit slow. You've got to play to the circle. As we take a look at the overall rankings, yes, ladies and gentlemen, SALTxi8, of course, the league winners, we can call them for now, 559 points, way ahead of the competition. To be honest, this kind of a lead, it's a direct message to all the teams. Clearly shows how they are a league apart from the competition. Could have ensured a slot reserve for them for the next round altogether, right? Spare them just playing in the PMPL. But yeah, that's the way it has to be. But TUF, I think I've loved this team. I really want to look out for more of SALTxi8 and TUF battling it out against each other. Really hoping to look forward to QWERTY getting a few chicken dinner finishes of their own as well.
Yeah, because honestly, it's just those chicken dinners separating them and the number 2 spot, and potentially a challenge on SALTxi8 as well. But you look at that page 2, you see the heartbreak for XGeneration as Regicide have well and away gotten away, will secure that 16th spot, and heartbreak for TMW as well. We're not able to get anywhere close to that 16th spot to even contest. So those two teams will be exiting. Now fixes will be having XGeneration, Quraysh, TMW and 3x no longer contending in the PMPL going into the finals, and for them it's just going to be about learning as much as they can from this journey and coming back next time around.
Oh yeah, and you know, again, because from here onwards, like I said, it's not the end of the road, right? You've lost it, but you've learned so many things in this entire saga, right? Such a journey that these players did embark upon, and yeah, of course, you could not make it till the very end. It hurts, but the lessons that you've learned is gonna make sure you become a better person. Now, you've got to channel it in the right direction. Either you go into depression and like, yeah, I'm done with competitive. I don't think I've got what it takes in me, or you hustle or you grind. Because I think the biggest examples out from over here would be a team like North Esports, right? They've been grinding it for so long, you know, they've made it to the biggest stage, PMPL first ever, and performing out of their minds, playing so well, despite the fact they lost out on the first Super Weekend. But look at SALTxi8 Esports' team card. As we can see, Blade, Uzum, Reviews and Crypto, all the 4 players in front of us. Today's performance, you could see Uzum being the better of the lot. You know, they've got a whole different competition going amongst themselves, out of which Uzum, the IGL, leading the team from the very front, would be happy.
But still, man, in terms of damage, Crypto is never far behind. And I believe he will end up finishing as the top elimination leader as well. At the end of this, I wouldn't be surprised if in the top 5, we've got at least 3 players of SALTxi8. That's the level of dominance we even saw in the overall rankings. And there's a level of dominance we're expecting continuing into the finals as well. Unless TUF QWERTY are really able to pull a miracle out of the hat. Or maybe we get a Dark Horse team coming in from nowhere and denying SALTxi8 nice and early, and if not directly, at least indirectly, in regards to the fact that they are displaying the same levels of consistency that SALTxi8 have done so ever since, I would say, day 2 of Super Weekend 1. That's when they turned on, and then they never, ever, ever turned off.
Yeah, I think just those early hiccups was visible from their side, but I was starting to wonder like what went wrong with them, because all they were doing was focus on a lot of finishes, and I think them messing up back then is now bearing the fruits of their labor right now, because if you take a look at how they've evolved, now they are a team that knows how to take good position but can also take a lot of kills, right? And that is showcased very beautifully in our elimination leaderboard. The top 3 out of SALTxi8, and everyone has crossed that 100 marker, right? With Uzum hitting his century today, clearly shows they've been one of those teams to be reckoned with quite far, the favorites to win the PMPL Pakistan altogether. But moving on to the second page, I think Edgar, Virus, Joker, they've also been making a lot of noise. And so have these young lads in the form of IQ and Gravity. Sirius has been a revelation for us in this tournament, but Wolverine, I think he's just been as consistent as ever.
Yeah, and really I think the young lads of IQ and Gravity are who I have my eye on going into these finals to see how they cope with the pressure. They're able to bring out the best of themselves, because honestly, despite having 2 players in these top 10 for Quantum Rage, it's not a team that I would convincingly put in my top 3 when I talk about this weekend coming through, because they just haven't been in form ever since Super Weekend 1. But you look at today's summary, a different chicken dinner every single game, but it's really that last one that holds special for Regicide, because despite not getting the chicken dinner, they are able to get the qualification. But with that, See, in terms of Super Weekends, which teams were leading, I'm not surprised. I'm surprised it wasn't SALTxi8 on all 3 days, just on day 3.
Yeah, I think the first and the second were quite the way TUF wanted to play. The first day especially, when we were starting to question, what has gone wrong with this team? Why are they not able to reciprocate in that manner? And they've responded back, right, in this particular Super Weekend. And 52x Rage, I think, again, back-to-back really consistent performances, just the exact momentum you would need heading on to the finals. Now, they know that we're going to start off from ground zero. Now, they have figured out that we have taken the safe haven around Mongnai. We're not going to contest against MetershotxSKY anymore in Sanhok. We know our way around Erangel. We just have to work out a little bit on Miramar, and once we do that, I think few of the teams, CA, will be moving on to the next edition, the next bigger tournament, even bigger stakes, even bigger prize money. That's all gonna happen, and we do not yet know how many slots are going from Pakistan. I think within a few days, within the next course of 3 days, we're gonna get a idea or a confirmation from the officials. However, I think, ladies and gentlemen, if you've enjoyed the show tonight, do not forget to follow us as #PMPL is what you need to do on Twitter, for Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. Well, the handles are right below. The links are in our description. Do not forget to check them out as well. All the latest announcements regarding the event will be done over there. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long night today, and Sia and I are going to be calling it right now. So we're going to see you tomorrow with the finals beginning for all you guys, so do not forget to tune in.
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा ले आनी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैक टैक दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस बैकी आया पैराशूट ते like I'm falling out of love जीवे तेरी सोचा तो above जीवे तेरा चलना ही
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी M16 नॉकआउट करूं दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूं ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूं बिना चिकन देना कभी हार ना कबूल करूं कभी हार ना कबूल करूं
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू लगे कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया and you thought you knocked me out मैं तस्मा जो बंद करन लई बह गया एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू मेरे लिखण दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल चाहता लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा गल सीधी सीधी करा ना ख्याल करा मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा बैक अप एंड आई शूट इट like I'm falling on a flag तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं वाली